Welcome to the Project Play Summit. The program will begin momentarily. Please make your way to your seats.
Please take your seats. The show is about to begin.
When grown-ups talk about the future, they talk about big things. But if you ask me, the future is actually pretty small. It looks like this. Playing. Playing is how we learn who we are. It's how we make friends. It's how we get stronger. And when every kid gets the chance to play, everybody wins.
If we can inspire young kids to know that they could use their bodies and use their minds and find such gratification at an early age, and then hang on to that throughout their lives.
But today, millions of kids don't get to play. Not because they don't love sports, not because they don't try, but because the systems around them weren't built for every kid.
Overcoming these barriers, figuring out how we can make sports more accessible to every child, and is something that I know all of you are committed to. Sports isn't just that, but it's a necessity. It can be a key to better health.
That's why people from all over the country come together every year to imagine something better. A world where every kid can play. Coaches, parents, athletes, mayors, philanthropists, educators, business leaders, communities, all working together to change the game.
So the value of sport, I think we all inherently know that there are lessons that are learned in it. I think when we were kids, you didn't really know you were learning all these values that could be applied to everything else in life.
Because when kids play, we don't just build athletes, we build communities, we build leaders, we build a better world. So let's build a future that we all can believe in. Sport for all, play for life. Welcome to the 2026 Project Play Summit. To kick us off, please welcome Brandon Salam Bailey, better known as Styx. He is an award-winning musician, producer, and founder of Think Watts Foundation, who came all the way from Los Angeles to join us today.
3, 4. Yeah. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Make some noise! We at Project Play, everybody! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Stand up! Yeah! Yeah! Yep. Who know how to clap in here? Yeah. Okay. Come on, y'all. Come on. Hey, let's take you to New Orleans real fast. We at Project Play Summit 2026. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Here we go. That's how we're opening the 2026 Project Play Summit. Make some noise for yourself one time. I need y'all to do me one more favor. And make some noise for Young Soul Band right here. Y'all good. Good morning, everybody. I hope that picked you up. That's your breakfast to today, in case you didn't eat. That good old music, good old soul music. My name is Sticks, founder of Think Watts Foundation, and I'm sure you can tell by now where I'm from. Anybody from LA in the building? Anybody from Boston in the building? I know, sports-wise, this is a sport event. Next year. But y'all still got the most NBA championships. Am I wrong or right about that? Boston Celtics? Any Larry Bird fans? All right, I got to show y'all some love. Magic Johnson. My name is Sticks. Again, we're here at the 2026 Project Play Summit. This is the largest summit ever. 850 attendees. I mean, we're from all over. Canada, Mexico, Europe, Asia, New Zealand, India, and beyond. Make some noise for that. We're all here for the same purpose, to ensure that every child has the opportunity to play. It's all about collaboration. It's all about rights. And what better way to talk about those rights than the essence of what the Children's Bill of Rights is all about. And that's why we're here. And of course, Think Watts Foundation is proud to celebrate, to endorse, to champion the Children's Bill of Rights, which gives access, which stands on collaboration, which sets structure for children all over the world. Make some noise for that. More than 600 organizations have endorsed the Children's Bill of Rights. That's a key stat that we want to talk about. The Bill of Rights helps create a cultural expectation that all kids should have access to activities, to meet their needs, in the most disenfranchised, underserved, but also well-served communities. But that's what it takes. It takes all of us, as we say, back home in LA. It takes more than just one. It takes more than just one organization. It takes all of us. So that's what this is all about. I encourage your organization, if you're here today, your institution, your group, whatever you are, wherever you're a part of, you can scan this QR code to access that Children's Bill of Rights and endorse it yourself. Take your phones out and do it right now if you haven't. No. Close the doors. No, we got, those of you who on Instagram or the internet know what that is. Housekeeping. Put up the housekeeping. We got it somewhere. Just take a look at it. Know where you're going. Know what times everything's going on. We got the plenary, the breakout sessions, the lunch, more activities, more games. Quick question. Who attended the Volo Play Day? Anybody? Have fun? Engaging? Was there a winner and a loser? Or was it just fun? Who won? No, I'm just playing. That's not what Project Play is not about winning and losing, I know. But Think Watts at no, I'm just playing. We have a full day, 2 full days of programming. It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of energy. We're not going to have nobody sleeping in here. I'm going to make sure you wake up. I see you. No, get off your phone unless you're scanning the QR code. I'm going to be checking everybody throughout this day. I want to thank the audience and the sponsors for being here, right? We got the Golden Game, Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation. It's like a NASCAR. We got Hospital for Special Surgery, Dick Sporting Good Foundation, and Game Changer. We got Meet Boston. We got Anchored. We got Soccer Forward Foundation, Lego Education, Fox Sports, Dairy Max, Score, Red Sox Foundation, Volo, Franklin, Mass Youth Lacrosse, People for Bikes, Fun Play, Boston Children's Hospital, New Balance Foundation. Let me stop right there for a second. Shout outs to New Balance Foundation, because if you look under, you could clap. They making sure they can go back to work next week. That's why they clap. No. Look under your chair. You might have a $100 gift card from New Balance. Oh, yeah. Who got a gift card? Who got a gift card? Hey, stand up if you got a gift card. Stand up if you got a gift card. Now, come over here so I can take it. No, I'm just playing. We going to New Balance today. About to get me some old schools. Shout out New Balance giving out gift cards. Incentivize the people. I'm gonna ask them, can they bring a couple more and we give out some during the day? You know what I mean? Step it up, you other brands. No. Scheduled updates are in the app, so check the app. If you haven't, you can scan the QR code right there. Hashtag Project Play if you're posting anything on your socials, your Instagrams, your Twitters, your Facebooks. I don't know who got a TikTok in here, but anybody got a TikTok? No, I ain't gonna do y'all like that. TikTok is cool, it's for the kids, y'all. Who in marketing in here? Nobody in marketing? Does marketing for the organization? Oh, y'all ain't gotta worry about, oh, you right there, just one? Okay, got it. Tough. We're gonna have a good day. Y'all ready to have a good day? Y'all ready to get this thing going? Y'all ready to get this thing going? All right. To help us set the stage, let's welcome my good friend, great individual, great human being, founder of Project Play, Tom Ferry, and very good friend, longtime journalist, Chuck Todd.
So, brother, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right. Give it up for Sticks. It's a very brave man walking into a room like this with a Lakers jersey.
Brave.
But that's what we like, is bravery in this sector, right, Chuck?
Well, basketball season ended in this town. Yeah.
Mm.
Too soon?
All right, listen, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Our sponsors, Good Game, everybody else making this thing possible, you making this possible. There are a lot of new faces in this room, a lot of new faces in this sector. We've had philanthropy come in, we've had private equity, we've had just all sorts of folks who were not here 10 years ago. Can't say I expected Chuck Todd to start caring about this, about our topic. So, yeah, Chuck, why are you here?
Well, two reasons, but the biggest one is sports is a common language.
Mm-hmm.
Sports, particularly in America, is a common language, and we lack a lot of commonality anymore. We don't talk to each other, we're siloed out, and one of the few places where Red America and Blue America show up together is on a sports field or in a gym. I saw it with my own kids. It was almost the only time you saw blue and red connect. And when I think about the crisis in local news, and I think about what we care locally about and how we rebuild community, we actually have this great community. Youth sports is a tremendous community. And look, we're going to discuss a little bit of, we've got growing pains in the industry, but those are good problems. It means you're growing, right? Youth sports is growing pains. And I look at it, when I look at the crisis of local news and how do you rebuild local news, I think the interest in youth sports, I think if you're a local news entrepreneur and you're trying to build a community, you're trying to build, frankly, an ad revenue base, The safest place for advertisers to be is with kids. Who are the parents of kids? Today's people in the main advertising demographic, right? Millennials under the age of 45. So you put all of that together, and I think it's a way to rebuild that. But in an even bigger sense, look, the bigger issue I'd like to tackle is to depolarize the country. And I think a good way to do that is ground up. And I think when youth sports and sports participation is how look, whenever we've broken barriers in our society, what entity has done it first? Sports.
Yeah.
Before society sometimes was ready.
Right.
We were able to do it in sports. So I think it's a place to start if we want to sort of rebuild community in America.
Right. Yeah. Solving small problems like how to score a goal.
Yeah.
As a precondition to solving larger problems as people grow into adulthood.
We also have an inequality issue in this country. Well, guess what? What at least can break down inequality barriers for an hour at a time? Kids participating in sports. Doesn't matter whether the parent is rich or poor. The kids end up playing together on the same team. That does wonders to bring a community together.
Yeah. And so what do you mean by, so it can rebuild local news, community-based news. How do we do that the right way, Chuck, right? Because we don't want to turn 6-year-olds into content in some way that violates their rights and makes an experience that's not theirs but belongs to adults who are trying to make money. How do we go there but not go there in the wrong way?
My vision is how is it helpful to the community? Well, a local news platform can be the home for youth sports. That's sort of the vision I have. And so, look, I can't tell you how many times I was late for work, but I wanted to see if I could, streaming was just starting, being able to watch my kid play. If I was going to be late for, I couldn't leave my job. That is helpful. If grandma and grandpa want to watch, if aunt and uncle, your tio or tia want to watch, you providing that opportunity, being the place where you organize that stuff. So I take your point that it's not about trying to turn kids into content, but I actually look at it as providing a service for working parents to be the sort of, and I think if the local news proprietor can be the home for this, look, I think youth sports can replace classified advertising. I mean, not to get into the weeds of what happened to the news industry, but a man named Craig decided classifieds ought to be free, and yada, 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 we stopped having newspapers.
Yeah.
So I do think when it comes to, we care about what's happening in our community, and I just think local news proprietors need to shift to what do people care about in the community? They care about their kids.
Right.
So showcase them.
Right. So do we need to think about, if we are paying attention to youth sports, do we need to think about the structures under which children are engaged? You and I have had a little bit of conversation about what you call the AAUification of youth sports.
Well, and this to me is something I know you've been working on, which has to do with, look, I experienced it with my kids, which is the upside of youth sports is what I just described earlier. Everybody, it's sort of an equalizer. It can break through inequality barriers on class, all sorts of things. Except we've created the privatization of youth sports, right, with private coaching or travel teams. And then you have the real issue that was a concern with my kids. One made travel, one didn't. Then all of a sudden, they lost complete interest. All your friends make the travel team, you don't.
Yeah.
They don't want to play in the rec league anymore because their friends aren't playing anymore.
Right.
And this seems to be the, and I get the push, right? The opportunity to pay for school now. I think the numbers, you're going to showcase them. I think the numbers of youth sports participation are going to continue to go up because of the opportunity in college to pay for school.
Yeah.
It's not a 1%. It's a 15, 20%. I got a friend of mine whose kid is getting NIL money for beach volleyball at the University of Central Arkansas.
Wait, time out. NIL money?
Yes.
Beach volleyball?
Yes.
Central, what?
Exactly. That's what I said. And I'm like, wow, okay. Well, there's a small contingent of Division I schools that have beach volleyball. I guess a majority of the varsity beach volleyball folks are Olympic athletes or hoping to be Olympic athletes. But the point is that's how diverse things have become. but how do we make sure we don't privatize
Yeah.
youth sports? And I know this is something you're worried about.
Yeah. So I'm a beach volleyball player. I'm 60.
You didn't know about Central Arkansas
I
and
didn't
their
know about
powerhouse,
Central Arc.
yeah.
I didn't know about my NIL opportunities.
Well, you need to go see if you have any eligibility on. Yeah.
I do. I do. And that's changing, though. The NCAA is changing those rules. Old guys like me can't play anymore. All right. Well, we're both trained journalists. I mean, what you got for me?
Well, that was my question for you. The privatization of youth sports.
Yeah.
Should government play a role in it?
Yes. Government should play a role. Yes.
It got applause.
There you go. 100%. We need to be.
We are unique around the world in how little government is involved in our youth sports.
That's right. That's right. But we have the largest sports marketplace in the world by far. Parents alone spend according to our research, north of $40 billion a year. Okay, that's twice the amount of money that's flowing through the NFL or any other professional league. But we're the only nation in the world that does not have a Ministry of Sports or a Department of Sports or some entity to coordinate activity. Now, we have studied this. Ashley Huffman and I on our team, we've looked at the world's leading sports systems and what does governance look like in different countries. So I don't think it's a blanket endorsement of like, yes, more government better.
Right.
There are ways to do this right. Quasi-government entities at the very least, Chuck, and I testified before Congress about this in December. I said we ought to have mandatory registration of youth sport organizations. We have, like, if you are serving kids in this country, we ought to know you exist. Like, so that ought to be either with the U.S. Center for Safe Sport or U.S. Olympic Committee or some quasi-government body, so we at least have a registration base. And we know that your coaches have background checks and have abuse training.
Teachers have to go through this.
Teachers,
already.
daycares,
That's right.
Yes.
So our youth sports coaches aren't going through this system,
That's
any
right.
sort of vetting system.
That's
Yeah.
right. But we need to set it up in a way where youth sport providers can see the benefit. So the other thing I argued for before Congress was take a cut of that sports betting money, that $400 million in excise taxes that are now flowing into the Treasury. Take a cut of that and use that to cover criminal background checks and abuse training and things. So when you do register with that entity, you get some real benefit from it. Maybe it lowers your costs. It's more safe. It's a safer environment. And we now know you exist. If you're doing volleyball, USA Volleyball can now communicate with you about best practices in American volleyball. So I think it starts with organization and coordination rather than a heavy hand from government.
I mean, let's just take an example. A parent feels like there's a coach that's abusing kids. What are they supposed to do now?
They ought to have some place to report it.
Right.
They ought to go to the U.S. Center for Safe Sport, and the U.S. Center for Safe Sport ought to have the resources to be able to investigate it or put it with the right body who could get to the bottom of it. And that coach should be then, investigated properly, due process, and if something was wrong, they ought to end up in a database, and they ought not to be able to just jump to another club that's not affiliated with the Olympic movement
Right.
and find another place to coach kids.
So another, to me, challenge that we've got in youth sports is school funding of sports, is school sports. As the fight for resources gets, and that stuff shrinks, we're seeing a lot of school jurisdictions have to cut certain extracurricular activities.
Right.
You get rid of this, and look, there's all sorts of studies that can show you take away opportunities in sports and you can really stunt some development, you can stunt growth. How do we reverse that trend?
We recognize the stacks and stacks of literature that show the evidence that kids whose bodies are in motion, and particularly kids who are solving problems in a social environment, are simply do better in life. They do better in school. They have lower mental health rates. They get pregnant less often. They take drugs less often. It's there. So if schools really believe in the idea of whole child development, you need to start thinking about sports as not extracurricular, but co-curricular.
I was just going to say this shouldn't be extracurricular anymore.
100%.
That this almost should be mandatory. Look, my kids went to a school where it was mandatory they participate in one sport each semester.
Yeah.
Period. It was non-negotiable. If
Right.
you didn't want that, you could take your kid to another school.
Right. Exactly.
I loved that.
Yeah.
I mean, there is nothing that develops a human being more about teamwork than participating in sports.
Yeah.
Right? Learning how to interact with other people, learning how to lose.
Absolutely.
We have a lot of role models in this country that don't know how to lose.
Right. Are we going to go there?
No? What do you think I'm referring to? I'm talking about Boston Celtics fans, of course.
All right. Well, sounds good. I want us to stay on time here. Also want to share some good news.
Okay.
Because while there are plenty of challenges in this space, definitely, I mean, kids being turned into content and what are we doing with the data? I mean, this is a rapidly evolving, commercialized space that we need to apply ethical and moral considerations. And the Bill of Rights, that's why we push the Bill of Rights so hard. It is a minimum building code for youth sports, that if we can all begin to start talking that as a common language and filtering our programs and our products through those ideas, I think we could begin to create some kind of consistency in the environment. But having said all that, for all the challenges, and we try to be really honest about this within Project Play, we also have a good story to tell. And we have a good story to tell because all of you in this room have been putting your heads down for years and trying to grow access, grow safety, get coaches trained. And so let me share a little bit of data, if that's okay. Okay, that's me on a TED Talk stage. We skipped right past that. Okay, so here is the participation rates from the federal government's National Children's Youth Survey. And it showed the first time they baselined sport participation data was in 2017. And they found that 58.4% of kids were playing at that time, ages 6 to 17, organized sports, right? Played one time a year according to their parents, one or more times per year in some organized form. Fell to 57% the next year, pre-pandemic, 55.1. Pandemic hits, started falling even further, all the way down to 48.5% in 2021. Not good. Not good for the reasons that Chuck talked about at the top there in terms of building a cohesive society where people learn the lessons. All right, a little bit of the good news. We come out of the pandemic, and I think parents really began to appreciate, I don't want my kids stuck on the couch. I think the value of sports lifted a bit coming out of the pandemic. But also a lot of innovation from COVID. I mean, how do we reach kids in new ways? And it continued to climb to 55.4%. And the good news I'd like to share here today, we're up to 58%, people. 58%. Woot. Woot. That means that the participation rate is now higher than it was pre-pandemic. Schools can't say that. The data around academic achievement and mental health, it's all gone down. Kids are struggling in this country, but our numbers are going up. We don't control a lot of things that happen in our society. There's so many significant folks in this room who are putting their heads down. I mean, let's be honest about it. We don't control the economy, technology, immigration trends, et cetera, but a lot of people have put their heads down and done really, really good work. And so I tip my cap to all of you in this room who have helped create that number. And our challenge is let's get that thing up to 63% by 2030. We absolutely can do it, because I can tell you from our research that the percentage of kids who want to play sports, if it's served up in the right way to them, is significantly higher than 63%. So let's treat that as like our minimum. So y'all ready for that? Let's go. Let's go. All right, Chuck, thank you. Thank you so much. This has been a ton of fun, and I would like to move to the next panel now.
Let's do it.
Thank you, brother.
You got it.
All right, man. One other thing we're going to be doing within Project Play is we want to now start to develop more leaders in youth sports. And we do this at the Institute broadly, but now we want to do it with youth, high school students. So for I'd like to bring up Dan Reed and Pete Weber and Brent Richard from IMG Academy for an exciting announcement. All right, you ready?
For me? Great. Thanks, Tom. Great chat. Good morning, everybody. That wasn't loud. Is this thing working? Let's get some participation. Good morning, everyone. All right, that's what I'm talking about. I'm here from California, so I needed y'all to wake me up. So thank you. So without further ado, I wanted to make a very exciting announcement. I'm very excited today to announce the launch of the Aspen Institute's Captains Leadership Academy, a new national initiative designed to develop high school team captains into civic leaders that are capable of driving change, not only with their teams and their schools, but also in their communities and the world at large. There's nearly 8 million students today that play high school sports in the United States. And of course, those roughly 300,000 teams, each one of them has a team captain who have chosen for their natural leadership abilities that they're already showing with their teammates and in their competitions. But what if they were captains for more than just their team? The Captains Leadership Academy aims to unleash the full human potential of these young people, to expand their influence well beyond the playing field. We'll tap into the power of sports to develop leaders that can help us grapple with the most complex issues we're dealing with in society together, just like a team. To do this, the Leadership Academy will provide team captains with top-notch training, mentorship, digital leadership tools, and community-based projects that will help them build skills while also driving meaningful impact in their communities. I'm thrilled that the Heisman Foundation is the founding partner for this exciting initiative. I know you all know Heisman, and I know you all know our legendary group of Heisman winners, a couple of which you'll hear from today. But you probably don't know about the work of the Heisman Foundation, which aims to harness the power of the trophy and our winners to drive youth development using sports and education in underserved communities. While we've given over $30 million to this cause over the past decade or so, we're proud that the Captains Leadership Academy is the largest single grant in Heisman history and represents a real opportunity to drive impact, and we're excited to fully lean in to maximize that impact. To help with that, we're also going to lend it our name. So beginning in 2027, Heisman will recognize a select number of the most exceptional Academy participants to be recognized in a new Heisman High School platform. We're excited to welcome a new group of leaders to the Heisman family and see what they accomplish both on and off the field. So without further ado, I'd love to invite Pete Weber from Aspen to share more about this exciting program. And yes, you can applaud now.
Dan, thank you so much for your leadership on this. I really appreciate it. I'm Pete Weber. I'm the Vice President for the Center for Rising Generations at the Aspen Institute. The Center for Rising Generations is committed to making leadership development opportunities available to young people all across the country. And that's why when Tom came to me with this idea of creating a leadership academy for young athletes, I was incredibly excited immediately. And then when he told me about the team he was putting together to assemble this leadership academy, I was blown away. Brent Richard from IMG Academy, you'll hear from him tomorrow during his Project Play session. He comes to us with deep experience working with young people that will contribute to the Leadership Academy. You heard from Dan with Heisman. I also want to invite Jeff Price up to the stage from Heisman, who's going to introduce you to a group of young people who really embody the spirit of what the Captain Leadership Academy will achieve. Jeff, come on up.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you. What's that?
Thank you.
We are incredibly excited about this partnership. But at the end of the day, I think what you're going to see is it's already happening. These young leaders I'm about to introduce have done amazing things as high school students, captains of their teams, and leaders in their community. Excited to introduce you to 3 absolute stars. And we want to learn from you. We want to understand the lessons because you're already doing the work that we're aspiring to achieve all across the country. We'll start with Annette Richardson. She's a senior at East College Prep in Los Angeles, California, and captain of the school's first flag football team, vice president of student government, and Generation 2026 Youth Media Forward reporter with the Center for Sport and Human Rights. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
From just up the road in Salem, Massachusetts, please welcome Gewince Jules. He's a senior at Salem High School, captain of both the track and soccer programs, as well as a Salem Youth Commissioner, which he'll talk more about. Welcome to joining us today.
All right, thank you.
And on the far end of the stage is Carol Yan. Carol's a senior at Diamond Bar High School in California, an avid golfer, a student leader dedicated to expanding access to youth sports, which I think we can all believe in. She is committed to play Division I golf at Georgetown University, and last year also received a service learning support microgrant from Project Play. Please welcome Carol. Manette, I'm going to start with you. You are a leader, and you've been a leader for a number of years. What's your leadership style when you deal with teammates and kids in your community?
I would say one thing that I've inherited from my mom is that I speak loudly. Even with this mic, I'm pretty sure if I didn't have it, you would probably hear me. But I love just speaking to my group as a crowd, whether it's for sports or if it's for one of my clubs. I love speaking to them one by one. And I also make sure that I know what they need. So if they feel like we need more practice time, if they also need more like one-on-one plays, I make sure that we do that. And especially since we are the very first team for flag football, I want to make sure that not only we know each other as a group, but we also know our playing styles. And we're also here to win. So I just want to make sure that we know each other to a good amount that we are able to get those wins.
Amazing. You went soccer and track. How do you lead in those sports and in the community?
I'm someone that likes structure, and I'm an observer. So what I do when I first meet my teammates is just introduce myself, say what the team is about, and then show them how the standard is supposed to be for the first week. And I'll also observe how everyone is acting and how they react to everything I'm doing. And after that first week, I know how I should be talking to each one of my teammates and show them how to improve on themselves character-wise and also how to get better at the sports.
Got it. Thank you. Carol, tell us about your leadership style in the sport of golf, which tends to be individual, but you really try and make it a team environment.
For sure. I think the biggest thing I believe in is being a leader by example. And so before I ask anything of my team, I always believe that I should do it myself first and set that bar. So for example, in high school, I played the most matches and tournaments out of anyone on my team, just to really serve as that backup and be there for anyone who can't make it. And that's something that I really believe in.
Let's stay with you. Each one of you have done things on the playing field, but also in your communities. Talk about the work that you've done with Golf on Top and how you've created access for so many young people to the game of golf.
Yes, so Golf on Top is a student organization I founded, and it's really dedicated to expanding youth access specifically to golf. And what that looks like is monthly clinics that we host, and I have many members of my high school golf team, and we come together for a group of 10 to 15 young golfers, and we take them on the course one-on-one just for a day of fun. It's really not about getting specifically better in the game, but really just to enjoy the game for what it is. And so that's just the main goal of golf, to explore the joys and finding that through a community of friends and family.
Thank you. Your work with the Salem Youth Commission, fascinating what you do to make your community better. Share with the group the work that you do.
Of course. So around my second semester for junior year, I got appointed as Salem Youth Commission, and that opportunity helped provide a youth perspective on issues around Salem. And our goal for the Youth Commission is to provide third spaces for youth around Salem and set an example for other communities in Massachusetts. We also work with the UNICEF Child Foundation to actually provide third spaces to communities, and yeah, that's the whole gist of it, yeah.
And that youth perspective is really important, right? It's oftentimes adults are telling what they think should happen, but to be able to hear it on the ground from folks like yourself really does make a difference, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And I can better say what the youth want and what the adults is not doing right, and I can help them find the right way to to help us grow as a whole.
Amazing work. Manette, you've been with Generation 2026, Youth Media Forward. Talk about that work and the storytelling, your ability to create impact with that partnership and organization.
Yeah, so I love storytelling, which is why I joined this program. It is for journalists all over the world. I currently represent California, specifically from LA, and yes. But it's definitely brought me a bunch of things. I'm able to talk about the way queer people are treated in the world of athletes, and I'm also able to talk about favoritism towards certain sports in low-income neighborhoods. Specifically for me, my school is in a low-income area, and they favor sports that do well more than others, and they usually put more of their money into it. And with us being our very first sport, flag football, my athletic director, they call it complaining, but like I'm advocating for my team and I'm making sure that we get as much money as we can.
That's terrific. Each of you, I'm sure, has had a mentor, a coach, someone, an adult in your life who's made a difference. Carol, starting with you, talk about an experience that helped to shape you and somebody that you'd like to say thanks to and be grateful for helping you, because there are so many of us in the audience who are trying to understand how to be the best mentor. From your perspective, what created that opportunity, and tell us a story about it.
So I think this can be true for many people. I would say my high school golf coach. And the reason I say her is that not only was she so supportive of me and my journey as an individual golfer, but she was also so supportive of Golf on Top. And when I brought this idea to her, her immediate response was, "I'm in. What do I need to do for you?" And I think having that support from an adult and someone who can control so much and give me so many opportunities, I was really grateful for her support, and I think that she is also the reason we are able to run it so well. I think another supporter would be Youth on Course. Not only their work within providing accessibility to the youth for golf, they have also been the biggest supporter of Golf on Top, and there for whatever that we need. So thank you to them.
Prior to joining the Heisman as CEO, I was the Chief Commercial and Philanthropy Officer for the PGA of America. And a shout out to the Youth on Course folks, giving access to kids all across the country $5 rounds of golf, which golf can be an expensive sport. They support programs like yours, Carol, and it's amazing to see them there. I know they're in the room, and shout out to them. Gewins, talk about the invitation to become part of that Salem Youth Commission and how that helped shape you to have the voice to represent the youth of Salem.
Yeah, of course. So doing a class officer meeting with like the principal and the mayor of Salem, Sarah Ward, who is the director of Children's Alliance in Salem, said I should apply to be a youth commission. I wasn't interested at first, but I still applied, and through doing work with them, I was really inspired to keep doing it. And she also helped me find a place to submit and share my opinion and be able to have this great opportunity to talk to so many people. And she's also trying to help everyone in our community and find how we can better the life of everyone on our life.
Outstanding. Manette, who mentored you and brought you to have this powerful voice that you have today?
Well, besides my mom, I would say my coach. He is our flag football coach, but I didn't know him since my freshman year because he was our ASB advisor. But during my junior year, I did join flag football towards the end of our year. And I didn't know that he played football for his high school year, and he was the quarterback, and I was like, I did not know that. But it was very exciting to see him in a new lens rather than like more academic, but more sports focused. And I would say, fun fact, during our very first game, we did not have any captains, and he just assigned the 2 seniors in our team to be a captain, and he assigned me as well. And he was like, just go out there, meet the refs, and then just come back and come on and let's play. And ever since that game, I was like, I really love being a captain. And he was like, he told me, he was like, your participation and your energy is something that we need in a captain, and I would really love if you try out for captain again. And I was like, oh, I was already gonna try out, but if you insist, I'm gonna do it, So I did try out, and it was just really exciting, and these games going forward, even now, we have a game this coming Friday, so I'll be back over there. It's just really exciting to see him in that new lens and how excited he is for the girls to be playing.
That's amazing. Last question for each of you. We're creating this program together, the Aspen Institute Captains Leadership Academy. If you could go back to the beginning of each of your journeys becoming a captain, what would you want us to know that we can bring to future captains that you would love to have known when you started the journey? What is a piece of advice that you would give to us creating this program?
I would tell them to take your time. You're not gonna always connect with your players the very first time that you guys meet, but also just to have fun. Every teams have their wins and their loses, but don't let your loses get you down, upset you. Always make sure that you can build from your mistakes, and always know that in the long run, your losses don't define you. And in fact, me personally, I let my wins always define me. So every win that you get, just know that it's building on your character, and every loss, it's basically character development to getting you more wins.
Amazing. Giwens?
Yes, so my advice would be to help someone find a mentor, someone that can guide them to the whole thing, because half of the time as you get into a leadership program, you don't know what you're doing, and having someone to look up to will actually help you facilitate the whole job as a whole. And anyone can be a leader, but what truly defines someone is the discipline and desire to actually make a change and find a way to, as long as you improve at least one person's life, that's all that matters.
Excellent. Carol, you get the last word.
I agree. I think a support system would be really helpful for many of us. We're first leaders, so any type of support system, mentors, would really help build confidence in each leader.
I'm incredibly inspired by this young group of leaders and athletes and students. Thank you for sharing your stories, and most importantly, inspiring this Captains Leadership Academy to hopefully achieve all of what you have done kind of on your own with the development of mentors in your schools. We hope to be doing this across the country, but our future is bright when I look at each one of you and the work that you've done. Let's say thanks to them. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Where is everybody? Come on. Good morning, everybody. I may need some help. Good morning, everybody. How about that incredible panel? Are these young people not the most inspiring? Gives us a lot of hope for the future. Thank you so much to all of you and to all the coaches and mentors here. We're here today from Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley in Arizona to make a very exciting announcement. Oh, I heard some clapping. You can definitely clap for us. We'll take it. My name is Marcia Mintz. I'm the CEO of Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley, and we are very excited today to announce that Project Play's 20th study and support will be right in Phoenix, Arizona, with Boys and Girls Club, bringing together public, private, and charter schools to help understand and lift up youth sports in the Valley. So please join me in welcoming Latasha Causey, our incoming board chair.
Good morning, everyone. You guys, I work for NASCAR, so I need a real good morning. Good morning, everybody. All right, thank you guys, that was good. As Marcia said, thank you all for joining us today as we are celebrating the launch of AZ Plays. It's such an exciting opportunity for us. As we just heard from the team captains, we know the importance of sports and what that does for our youth and for their future. I mean, you have someone up here in Manette who is not complaining but advocating. You have a commissioner for the youth in Salem, and then as well, you have Carol who was up there who has truly worked her entire high school career to have so much discipline that she did more tournaments than anybody else at her school. So we know that the power of sports has so much more in terms of leadership, their confidence, advocating and using their voice. And so for us, our partnership with Aspen Institute Project Plays will really help us with bettering our youth in Arizona and in the Valley. So again, we are truly excited to launch this. And for me, it's impactful not only as a mom to youth who are playing sports, but as well as a previous club kid. I was a club kid in the Valley of Arizona, and I know the importance of the Boys and Girls Club and the power that the clubs have on our kids and their futures.
Hi, my name's Sam Fowler with Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley, and like Latasha, I grew up a club kid. There's something about being a Boys and Girls Club kid when you walk through those doors and you find your home away from home. But there's also something about being a kid, and those of us in Arizona want to give our kids the ability and rights to just be kids again. And nothing speaks kid more than the opportunity to just play. And so we are very excited, all of us on this stage and several of our partners back in the state of Arizona, to launch this Project Play initiative and do a State of Play study in Phoenix. And we are committed to seeing this through so that the thousands of kids we serve every day, we can make a greater impact and serve them even better. So as Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley, we are proud to partner with Phoenix Raceway, the Arizona Soccer Association, the Thunderbirds Charities, Arizona Diamondbacks, Fiesta Sports Foundation, Phoenix Suns, Phoenix Mercury Foundation, and last but not least, the incredible Larry Fitzgerald Foundation to make a difference for our kids in the great state of Arizona.
Thank you, Sam. It's a great honor to be here, a representation of Arizona. As Latasha and Sam, I was a Boys and Girls Club kid growing up in the Minneapolis, Minnesota area, and the values that I was able to learn during those youth years were so impactful. And I look at the difference between some of the kids that went to Boys and Girls Club and chose not to, and what their lives eventually were able to come to is truly amazing. The leadership development that I learned, the mentorship. Earlier they talked about learning how to lose. It's not something that you want to do, it's not something you aspire to do, but it's something that we all have to deal with. And being at the Boys and Girls Club taught me so many valuable lessons. And to think about youth sports being elevated. Arizona ranks second to last in the United States right now of team participation in sports. We have to change that. We're growing at 1% every single year as a state in terms of our population, and we need to increase our kids' access to athletics. It's where they can grow, where they can build relationships and develop the characteristics and skill sets to be leaders in our nation for years to come. And that's something I'm so passionate about, and I'm so grateful to be here in conjunction with Boys and Girls Club and AZ Plays. We really appreciate you guys' support, and go Arizona.
For years, we've talked about getting more kids into sports. Now, we have a national goal: 63% participation by 2030. Through Project Play, 20 organizations are working together to make it happen through the 63 by 30 initiative. Here to explore the progress and what's next, please welcome Ashley Huffman.
Should we go?
Just me?
Here we go?
Oh, give this to Ashley.
Appreciate it. All right, good morning, everybody. Wow, how do you follow raw and unfiltered youth? Like, that's the highlight of my day right now. Thank you for that, and an awesome shout out to Arizona and everything that they're gonna do moving forward with the State of Play. Thank you, Larry and team. It's incredible. So today we wanna talk about 63 by 30. I have two awesome representatives up here reflecting the 63 by 30 roundtable, which we're gonna get to in just a minute. But I just want to talk about where we are. Tom alluded to it in the morning session that we have actually made some progress. Somehow we've clawed our way out of 49% participation in COVID to 58% participation now. And a lot of that is intentional effort by people in this room, people who don't just talk about sports around the water cooler, but actually do something to change it. So thank you for all of your efforts to move us intentionally towards 63% by 2030. And yeah, okay, we're not ready to have a parade just yet, although we've made progress. Put away your Mardi Gras beads. Like, we still have a long way to go because it's all about who is participating in sport. We've been chasing this challenge for decades. How do we get kids to participate but also keep them there? So we're flying the plane and also rebuilding it at the same time. So when I think about the momentum that we have, as I mentioned, 63 by 30 has been a huge driver of that momentum. So 63 by 30 roundtable members and some new ads, Boys and Girls Club being one, you'll hear from later today. But thinking about the impact that was made just last year. So $71 million invested. We had 263,000 coaches trained just last year, 3.5 million parents engaged, and then a whole host of other things around community days and advocacy work and all sorts of intentionality around unlocking dollars and unlocking access and opportunity. So a huge thank you to everyone who participated in that and made it possible. As I think about youth sports in our country, yeah, I would say it's beautifully chaotic, slightly dysfunctional, deeply fragmented, and super rich in talent. So it's like, it reminds me of a family group chat. You've always got the one doing the most, you've got one who's given up, who's kind of already muted and archived, and then you have everyone else who's trying not to fall 5 messages behind. So it's a little bit like that. And when I think about that, you know, how do we, yes, we have momentum, but how do we build alignment? And that's what these folks are going to talk to us about, master architects of youth sport alignment. And how do we connect what historically has been disconnected? So when we think about leagues and schools, coaches and community, access and opportunity, investment and impact. Truth is, we don't have a participation problem because kids don't want to play. We have a participation problem because the system is doing exactly what it was intended to do, weed folks out. And so how do we change the system? That brings us to this conversation here. I have two leaders here with me that are masterful and committed to the youth sports space. Thank you both for being here. I want to talk about what it means to move from good intentions to real scalable change. And so with me, I have Rick Jordan, Vice President of Dick's Sporting Goods Foundation, and Steve Tanner, Senior Director of Player Engagement at PGA of America. Yeah, I'd give it up for these guys. So I'm going to start with, we'll talk about access, aligning some fragmented systems. So Steve, I want to start with you. You are at the PGA of America, and you've launched this new 63 by 30 Golf Alliance, which is a really cool spinoff. And so can you just tell us what your vision is for this new alliance? And then, you know, what problem exactly are you trying to solve in golf?
Absolutely. Well, good morning, everybody. It's awesome to be here. And I'm thrilled to share with everybody what we're doing with our 63 by 30 Golf Alliance. That was really inspired by Project Play and really born at last year's Project Play Summit in Berkeley. Golf, like maybe the sports that you all are a part of, has so many well-intentioned, just awesome people and organizations doing great work. In our industry, in golf, those organizations, mine being one of them, we tend to stay in our own lanes, and we have our own boards, we have our own strategies, our own P&Ls to manage. And so last year, one of the evenings at this summit, we got together with the other golf organizations, First Tee and Youth on Course being top of that list, and the conversation just sort of naturally started around, hey, if we work together, could we make a bigger impact in our sport? Could we maybe do it under the Project Play banner? Could we do it with the intent of contributing towards the 63 by 30 goal overall? And over the balance of last year, we put together what we now call our 63 by 30 golf lines. That's the PGA of America, our friends at the First Tee, our friends at Youth on Course. All three organizations are huge supporters of Project Play. We're arguably the largest, most impactful, influential organizations in youth golf. And so we felt like together we could do better. We announced it at the PGA show in January of this year. Feedback was awesome, a little bit surprising in the sense that so much of it was just like, wow, you guys talk to each other. And like some of my closest colleagues and great friends work at First Tee and Youth on Course, but people didn't know that. And so this public declaration of saying we're gonna stand for uniting our efforts around this shared purpose of getting more kids into sports really resonated. And we have, I would say, 3 goals with it. The first goal is each year we're gonna have an activation around what the priority of 63 by 30 is. So 2026 is facility access. The 3 organizations all work with a number of facilities. How can we help expand that? The second goal is hopefully we can make a contribution towards the 63% goal. And then the third is hopefully we can serve as leadership and inspiration across golf, that when you can come together and collaborate, good things happen. And maybe there's opportunities even across sports for those of you in this room to maybe think in those terms as well.
Yeah, beautiful, Steve. It's not easy to collaborate in such a territorial space. I mean, you know, we all work in these silos. So thank you for that, and thank you for taking the first stab at it. And so thinking about alignment, it doesn't really work without investment. And so, Rick, I want to talk to you about Dick's Sporting Goods. You guys have made some really long-term investments. Like, you're in it to win it for years. And I just want to think through, you know, the Sports Matter Impact League. How are you thinking about a 10-year, 9-city commitment? What does that unlock that's maybe different than the way other people are funding?
I know this is awful, but I can't stop thinking about the chaotic group family chat, and that I'm definitely the 3 message behind. I've muted it, and then I advocate to leave the conversation when it disrupts your peace. So I just wanted to make that public service announcement. Now on to important things. We are so proud at the Dick's Foundation to do everything we can to remove barriers to play for kids. And we started something new last year where we thought, how can we go a little bit deeper into communities, and over the next 10 years, invest in organizations that get a 3-year grant that are doing more than just sport. Sport is definitely the hook that brings the kiddos in, but they're providing mental health services, tutoring, career readiness, just really wrapping their arms around the kids. So we started our first cohort last year, and show of hands, we have our cohort here, representatives from across the country of our 9 cities. Because one of the other cool things is we think about adding more groups in every year is then creating this community of folks that are all about youth development and learning from each other and having some fun together in moments like this. And we're going to do some coach training later this week. But we're real excited to see in 10 years the impact we'll have made in these cities.
Yeah, I think that's beautiful, right? It's so hard, having been in the nonprofit space, it's so hard year after year to try to find that funding. So I think that 10-year commitment and the community piece of it, if you're on an island with a great idea, you're still on an island by yourself. And so alignment and investment are so important. But one of the biggest levers and one of the things that Steve mentioned, this is the year of facilities. How do we unlock access? And you know, Steve, I know you know this. You fight this battle every day. Golf has historically faced many perception barriers around access. How are programs like PGA Junior League? How are you all addressing it? What's the youth strategy play here? How do you get people on the course and to love your sport?
Yes, certainly an issue that we think about and we address daily. And I think the first thing is we think about structure. And one of the things that we've learned by coming to these conferences and doing work with Vince and the Project Play team is that there's really like 3 simple areas that a healthy youth sports network needs. It needs access, it needs structured play, and it needs free play. And going back to our 63 by 30 golf lines, one of the things that we're so fired up about is that the 3 organizations that are currently a part of it really filled those gaps. So you have First Tee that provides amazing access. It integrates golf into its life skills curriculum. You have PGA Junior League, which is a PGA of America program, which is great for structured play. And then you have Youth on Course that really filled this huge need in our industry by creating access for free play with rounds of golf at $5 or less. So our hope is that through that collaboration, we can start creating a system that makes more sense at the community level. And then for PGA Junior League specifically, we're really proud of that. At the PGA of America, it's led by our PGA of America golf professionals. They are really the stewards of golf at facilities all across America. And with Junior League, we tried to meet kids where they're at. We simplified the rules. We created a super fun format. We scaled the golf course down. We operated about 2,400 golf facilities across the country. And we really took what like Pat Wilson and his predecessors at Little League Baseball have created, put kids on a team, give them a jersey, give them a sense of community, and let them go play. And as a result, over 80% of PGA Junior League participants are beginners in the sport. We're going to have nearly 100,000 participants this year, led by the coaching of our PGA members. And it's also important that we have access into that program financially as well. And so through our foundation, PGA Reach, through amazing partners like the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, which is here today, we've been able to award over 5,000 scholarships to kids of financial aid and military families this year alone, and that's a part that we're going to continue to expand. So we think about programming access and meeting kids where they're at, facility access through our members, financial access through our scholarship program.
Yeah, very good. And when I think about access, I also think, there are some real barriers that exist to access. And I know, Rick, yesterday after the View Boston little reception, I went to the Dick's Sporting Goods House of Sport. If you all haven't been there, that is like it's like this room, and they have everything that you could ever want. And I almost went broke. Anyway, but Rick, to your point, like when you think about access and barriers, you all are equipment is one. And I would like for you to discuss your new partnership with Equip and what that looks like in Miami, what you all are trying to do, and how you're trying to provide equipment to people.
Thanks, Ashley. Yeah, super excited, something new for us. I think we are going to share a little bit of video to kind of give you an idea, yes, of what this is. Equip has been in Europe and in Canada, and what's really cool is they are free lockers, essentially, that we can put in public spaces to get anyone access to what they need to play at those facilities. And we're super excited to be their first partner here in the US. It's a 3-year pilot in Miami. We're hoping it goes really well, that we can scale to multiple cities. So if you think about showing up, maybe we create a great place to play for kids. And they show up, they're like, great, this court's awesome. I don't have a ball. Now you do. Or you're just walking through your neighborhood or coming through the city parks, and you have some friends with you, and if there's some equipment there, you might pick up the ball and go. And it's more than just basketball, more than soccer. We've got some fitness equipment that'll be in lockers. We've got some, all kinds of different sports. So again, I've said super 3 times. I'll say it one more time. We're super excited about this work. We'll debut in Miami actually next month in June. So more to come, and we're excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, I think that's a real barrier. Absolutely. A real barrier and a real solve. And I think what Equip is doing is super innovative, and I appreciate you all supporting that. And let's see where it goes. And maybe by LA 28, we have it all over the country. I like it.
That'd be awesome.
And we know that it's not just about barriers. It's about once you arrive, it's the coach that keeps you there. It's what you experience that keeps you coming back, how you feel about it. So, Steve, I know coach development is a big part of what you do at PGA. I would just love for you to talk about how you create a really quality experience and also scale that. It's like McDonald's French fries taste the same every McDonald's. So how do you have a great coach in every PGA program?
Yeah, thank you. So we believe that quality coaching and quality programming are 2 sides of the same coin. You need both to have that sort of magical experience for the child. And so we invest in both. And at the PGA of America, we are the association, as I mentioned, of 31,000 men and women golf professionals. They're the faces that greet you at golf courses. They're your coaches, your instructors. And so we have a world-class education system, both to become certified to be a PGA member and then lifelong learning. And we want to extend that out into industry leadership as well. So again, a collaborative effort that we participated in was the development of the American Development Model for Golf, and golf rejoined the Olympics in 2016. We really shepherd that at the PGA, and we have had over 18,000 coaches go through ADM certification. And then we also think about our own staff. So we've worked very closely with Vince Harris in creating coaching communities of practice. Our team at the PGA of America, we feel like we're the coaches of coaches. And so the more equipped that we can be, especially with our field team spread around the country, working hand in hand with our members, So we think a lot about our membership, we think a lot about how do we collaborate in the industry, and then how can we at the staff level be the best that we can be.
Beautiful. And Rick, I'm not going to have a spoiler alert about your surprise, so we'll wait, and you can talk about coaching in just a second. So final question. If we've talked about alignment, we've talked about access, we've talked about coaching, equipment, investment. If we're serious about getting to 63% by 2030, what does it take to move from one-off isolated programs to actual system-level change? And Rick, I'll start with you.
I think it starts with what you said, less one-off investments and more long-term investments. And thinking about everyone in this room and how can we bring together schools, community rec leagues, nonprofits, leagues, partners, everyone to work together. And I think as funders, like for us from the Dix Foundation, it's really important for us to listen. Listen to not to prescribe what we think is best for the community, but really listen to the community and then bring folks in the room to say, how can we solve this together?
Beautiful.
And I would say all that, and also just a sense of shared purpose and responsibility. You know, we have, at the PGA of America, we have a board, we have committees, we're a membership association, so all the governance that comes with that. And so it's easy to get sort of stuck in like the weeds of what's happening here and now. And I think it's important for our organization and for all of us to recognize that we have a shared responsibility to kids and to communities and families. And if we can rise above just our self-interest and realize that if sport grows, that our self-interest will be best served long-term. And sometimes it doesn't take big things, it takes small things like what Carol was talking about with the captain program right before us, to really embrace change and really embrace collaboration. And if we sort of lock arms, I think we can make an impact, and the data shows that we are.
Totally. Thank you for that, Steve. Just by a show of hands, if you're 63 by 30, can you raise it? All right, don't be embarrassed. Thank you. That's proud work right there. Thank you to 63 by 30 for driving this. Thank you to everyone in this room who's played a part, really intentional efforts. It's not just about kids playing, it's about belonging, it's about thriving, it's about learning life lessons that are incredibly important. It is the best school of life, and so we want that to exist for everyone. So Rick, I'm going to leave it to you. Your spoiler alert with Rebecca. I'll close out, but just give it up for Steve and Rick and the 63 by 30 team for all that they've done for youth sports.
Now, joining Rick Jordan on stage, please welcome Rebecca Wasserman, VP of Strategy, Operations, and Impact at Game Changer.
Hi, Rebecca.
Really cool to see our kids up here. This is pretty much our life right now, huh?
Can someone take a picture so I can send to my kid? That would be awesome. Yeah, we're both sport parents, and it's awesome because we love sports. The brands we work for love sports. But we also know we spend a lot of time on the sidelines and in the cars on the weekend, and a lot of McDonald's French fries, don't tell anyone, in between games, maybe.
Yep, but it's worth it because we both know the value that comes from youth sports.
100%, it sure is. So from day one, the Dix Foundation and Game Changer, we've always had a genuine belief that sports really do have the power to change lives. I think everyone in this room would agree that every kid deserves the chance to play, grow, belong, and discover who they can really be through sport. But there is a little bit of a reality here. The average kiddo spends less than 3 years playing a sport. In fact, many quit by 11. And there are a list of reasons, but there's one truth that really stood out to us at Dix and Game Changer, is that coaches really matter. In a big way. In fact, 95% of kids who play for trained coaches say they stay longer than, sorry, I'm going to start that over again, thank you. In a big way. In fact, 95% of kids who play for trained coaches stay the following year compared to 74% of kids with untrained coaches. So if we want to keep more kids playing, we think we've got an opportunity to really invest in the people who shape their experience the most, the coaches.
Absolutely. And that's why we've partnered with our friends at CHJS, the Center for Healing and Justice Through Sport.
Crowd
That's
favorite.
right. Woo! Together, we're bringing resources, research, and action around one simple idea. Coaches have the power to Together, we're bringing resources, research, and action around one simple idea. Coaches have the power to not only improve performance, but to support emotional health. Because while so much of the conversation around coaching focuses on physical development, we know that emotional health matters just as much. Young people thrive when they feel safe, when they feel supported, and when they feel connected. Yes, I think we can give
for sure.
a round of applause there. And sport is uniquely positioned to do all three. When coaches build positive relationships, create steady routines, and help kids regulate, the result isn't just great athletes, it's great people.
Yeah, this is the heart of healing-centered coaching. It's grounded in neuroscience, informed by the great work of CHJS, and gives coaches really practical ways to better understand how youth athletes develop and respond to stress. And that's exactly what our campaign is about.
Together, we're launching a social-led effort to put healing-centered coaching resources directly into the hands of community coaches so they can become even better at what they do best. Because the real win is not just what happens on the scoreboard, it's what happens in a young person's life. So, before we continue, we'd love to show you what that looks like. Here's a first look at our Healing-Centered Coaches campaign, MVC, Most Valuable Coach.
It's time to swap out your 9-to-5 drip for sports sweats and white sneaks. You can be an MVC, a most valuable coach. How? Healing-centered coaching. It's brain science, but it's not hard. Here's the 1, 2, 3 to be an MVC. Create positive relationships, learn their names, and greet each kid. Braden, Caden, Jaden R, Jaden T, and Jada G. Anybody have a nickname? Use repetitive movements. If they've got big feels, try little patterns, like throw and catch, throw and catch, throw and... you get the idea. Keep stress manageable. Yell. Compliments. And save feedback till they're on the sidelines and ready to hear it. You've got this, future MVC, and we've got you. With more tips and tricks that keep kids in the game, support their development, and eventually make them better adults. Go MVC, go.
Now, we're introducing a new format at the Project Play Summit. Play Talks, short 6-minute talks, each sharing one practical idea to help us move closer to 63% youth sports participation by 2030. Because reaching that goal will take many small, meaningful actions across this community. We're kicking off with a leader in athlete health and performance. Please welcome Dr. Kate Ackerman, co-founder and director of the Women's Health, Sports, and Performance Institute, and associate professor of medicine at Harvard Medical School.
Hello. So thank you so much for having me, Project Play. This is an amazing group. I think I'm about to start preaching to the choir. So we're going to talk about preventing female injuries. This is a great slide that I may have borrowed from Project Play, and it talks about the great things that can happen when we get kids active. We start here with physically active children. They're 1/10 as likely to be obese, up to 40% higher test scores, less smoking, drug use, pregnancy, and risky sex, 15% more likely to go to college, lower levels of depression, higher self-esteem. I can't see that at all, that's why I'm turning around. 7 to 8% higher annual earnings, lower health costs, more productive at work. And then when we keep this going, we see adults who are active and also are going to have decreased morbidity, third the rate of disability, and we keep people active throughout the lifespan, encouraging the next generation. Sounds great. Now when we think about girls, success and future success for girls and women, we know that sports is specifically impactful for them. So 80% of female Fortune 500 executives played competitive sports. 94% of female executives played a sport. 61% of them say sports contributed to their success. We already talked about academic performance. That applies to girls, up to 40% higher scores on tests, higher graduation rates. And we all know this, again, you're the choir, leadership, learning from mistakes, handling pressure, pushing physical boundaries. These are all life lessons we need our kids to realize. And we need to make this accessible for our girls. So most people in this room have heard of Title IX, 1972. Since the introduction of that legislation in 72, over 3 million more high school girls and 200,000 more college women have the opportunities to play sport each year. And today, 44% of the opportunities to play sports goes to girls and women. We do want girls actively engaging in sports and physical activity, but this means facilities and spaces where they can safely practice, playing surfaces and protocols. They need the resources to do this. We can't have the girls be the afterthought. Give them the athletic trainer after the football team has already been working with them, being on different surfaces every day and different times of practice. We also need to do these protocols for early neuromuscular training to reduce injury. They need mental health support, nutritional education to help them navigate puberty, that fun time when everything changes, to navigate societal pressures, and be able to help them through recovery. And then when we talk about this entourage, coaches, parents, medical providers, sports science teams, yes, we all are our kids' entourage. We need the tools. So it's asking a lot of coaches these days to understand all of this. There's so many areas to navigate, so we need to give education for coaching and training that is developmentally appropriate. Athletes have questions about menstrual dysfunction, menstrual cycle, and performance. They're hearing all these things on TikTok and on Instagram, but they need real answers. They want to know about their birth control options, how it might affect their performance. And as we go along, fertility, pregnancy, postpartum, menopause, keeping women active throughout the lifespan. So we need to be giving that information and studying that. And we don't expect coaches to know all of this stuff, but we want to make sure coaches have the tools to appropriately discuss some of these topics and then direct their athletes and their families to the right resources. So female athletes, most of us have heard some sort of statistic related to this. Female athletes are 2 to 8 times probably more likely to suffer ACL injuries than males. And that's not it. We hear a lot about ACLs. This is a huge issue, but also knee pain, patellofemoral pain, hypermobility, concussions when they're competing in the same type of sport. They are more likely to have a concussion than their male colleagues. Bone stress injuries, low bone mineral density, body dysmorphia, low energy availability, disordered eating, eating disorders, and relative energy deficiency in sport. Well, that sounds pretty bleak, but these are things then we need to know about and we need to address. So we need to be paying attention to the things that affect our girls a little bit differently. Also, less than 10% of sports science and exercise science research has focused solely on girls and women. Less than 10%. So when we're talking about issues that affect our girls a little bit more than the boys, but we don't have the research on it, we're doing them a disservice. And then almost the worst part, it takes about 17 years for research to translate to real-world clinical practice. So there are things that a lot of us know in the sports science world, but they are not getting translated to the athletes, to the parents, to the coaches. So let's use an example. Let's use the ACL. So you have a female high school athlete, she's embraced sports, she's loving what she's doing, she tears her ACL. She has an ACL reconstruction. Then she does all of her rehab, she's tentative, but she gets back into her sport, she tears her ACL again. Now she's got depression, she's out of her friend group, she missed her scholarship, she's got disordered eating, she quits competitive sports. And then after those 2 reconstructions down the line, she develops knee osteoarthritis. We see this all the time in clinic. But what if we have a paradigm shift? What if this is the future? We have injury prevention with coach education, evidence-based training, technology, and female-specific equipment. Did you know only a few years ago they came out with a female-specific cleat? We're just starting to have those produced. So female-specific equipment to help prevent some of these injuries. And then if they do tear their ACL, new surgical techniques that will help so that the knee is not malaligned where they're going to develop osteoarthritis down the line. And then they're having biomechanical assessment. So this is going to support their safe return to play and could even prevent future injuries and maybe even prevent that first one. There's nutrition and hormonal support along the way. They have interdisciplinary care to support their psychological resilience as athletes and through their injuries. And then they have a lifelong athlete. This is the future that I personally would like to see. Thank you. And so I'm a bit impatient. And so I want to see that future faster. And thankfully, thanks to Clara and Joe Tsai as part of the WUSI Human Performance Alliance and Dave and Jane Ott, we launched the Women's Health, Sports, and Performance Institute. This is an over $50 million initiative right here in Boston, but we do collaborative care throughout the world. Our research is focusing on effects along the lifespan, mental health issues, relative energy deficiency in sport, injury prevention and recovery, sex and menstrual cycle effects on sports performance strategies, the intersections of race, gender, sexual orientation and class, pregnancy and postpartum, and we're studying everything from kids all the way through menopause. So how are we doing this? We're putting all of this under one roof with research, education, care, and athletic training all in one space. It's over at Boston Landing. But we can't do it alone. This is absolutely a collaborative effort where we're working with different organizations like Project Play and other places around the world. And really, our vision is for girls and women at all ages to participate, to compete, to perform, and to lead in all aspects of human endeavor with optimal health and performance. So, like I said, it's a team effort. We have lots of collaborators around the world. We're very excited that we just launched in January. We're breaking down ivory towers and we're getting out so that we can compete, so we can participate and work together with other organizations around the world, and we hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ackerman. One idea, real impact. And it's ideas like these, combined across leaders and communities that are driving the next era of change. To explore what that future looks like at scale, please welcome Tom Ferry, Executive Director of the Sports and Society Program at the Aspen Institute.
And I'd like to bring up Benita Fitzgerald-Mosley, the new CEO of the U.S. Center for Safe Sport. Benita is an old friend. We've been in the space, working together at Laureus and League Apps and Fun Play and so much else. And this is Benita's first major conversation in her new role. So we're going to dig
less than 100 days, yeah.
In your less than 100 days, that's right. So thank you for doing this. And we also have Seth Lieberman with us, who is the CEO and president of Anchored, which is a safety platform designed to protect kids across the country in programs. So thank you, Kate, for the setup. Yep. So, you know, when we talk about health, it really starts with safety. And it starts with safety in the minds of a lot of parents. We know this from our surveys of sports parents. We ask them what they want the coaches to be trained in. We know that 9 out of 10 parents want their coaches to pass criminal background checks. We know that they want their coaches to have abuse training, to have injury prevention training. They want the basics to know that their kid is going to enter the situation and come out with their bodies and their minds and their soul intact at the back end. So this is a very, very important conversation. But I want to start with you, Benita. You have decided to take what I think is the roughest, toughest job in all of sports, right? Why did you take this job where, you know, Congress is going to scream at you every 6 months or so for?
Absolutely. You know, I'm a hurdler. I told you that before. But he didn't say it. I'm an Olympic hurdler. I won a gold medal in the '84 Olympics in the 100-meter hurdles. So I'm kind of used to overcoming challenges, and this is the biggest challenge of my career for sure, beyond the Olympic Games. But I feel like I'm just kind of taking a lifetime of skills as an athlete, as a CEO, and my experience really helping to transform organizations and take them to the next level. And I want to do the same thing at Safe Sport. Safe Sport's been around 9 years as of March, and so we're in our 10th year, and we're the first. U.S. was the first country in the world to create such a institution, and other ones are slowly but surely following behind Canada and Australia, the UK, and others. But we're definitely leading the way, and even though we've definitely moved the needle in safety across youth sports, but particularly within the Olympic and Paralympic movement, there's still a whole lot of work to do. And as a parent of two athletes, one student athlete getting ready to graduate from the University of Maryland in about a week and a half, I'm really dedicated to helping ensure that athletes can achieve their personal best on the playing field and in life. And the way to do that is to build this foundation of safety. It really is the precursor, Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The base thing is kind of safety and security. And without that foundation, athletes and kids and young people participating in sport cannot reap the benefits of sport participation that we all know to be true. And so, just definitely dedicated to the mission of Safe Sport, creating and changing the culture of sport to ensure that safety is at the core.
Mm-hmm. And so what do you want to get done, Benita, and specifically with the youth sports grassroots ecosystem, right? Because the center was set up to really govern the U.S. Olympic Committee, the NGBs, and members who are directly affiliated with those organizations. And that might cover, 10%, maybe 20% max of the youth sport ecosystem. Yeah. So a lot of the ecosystem does not have to register with you right now, does not have to get their coach's background check, does not have to go through the abuse training. What do we do about that? Is there a role for the center?
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing I did, my first day on the job, in fact, how you do when you're a CEO, you kind of start the job before you start the job. And I've been working with an organization for many, many years called Proteus International to do a lot of vision and strategy work for me. So I called them, in fact, it was New Year's Eve, during the day, not when the ball was dropping, to just see if they could support these efforts. And so we did two things. We did a cultural audit internally to understand how we can best serve and support the amazing and talented team that we have at Safe Sport. We have 150 employees there that believe in the mission, that are super duper experienced and have amazing expertise, but still being a relatively young organization. You imagine the first 4 or 5 years was just standing the thing up, right? And so we're maturing, and we want to do that as we support our organization and our team. But we also did an external audit as well, stakeholders, and we did, 1,100 people responded to the survey. We did focus groups. We did individual interviews. And so we used all of that information a couple of weeks ago to sit in a room, our executive team, to devise our Safe Sport strategic plan for 26 to 28. And so it's just 2.5 years, but, we hope that, a year and a half, I can't think. Is it a year and a half to the end of 2028? 2.5 years. 2 years. Okay, whatever. To get to the point where we really feel like not only have we moved the needle, but we've addressed some of the concerns and some of the friction in the system.
Yeah, gotcha. Seth, what is Anchored, and more specifically, what is how can a safety first approach lift all boats in the space?
Yeah, thanks. We're incredibly aligned, Benita and I, and the center. We're a mission-driven organization to protect kids and keep them safe and help organizations mitigate and manage their risk. And for us, it's actually the same mission, because the more a coach, a volunteer is checked and trained and knows how to look for abuse and bullying and how to not, run exercises that'll help kids tear their ACLs and all this stuff, then people and kids can get the value out of sport. One of us on this stage is an Olympic champion. The other two are athletic minds that have gold medals, I would say. Although Benita corrected me, she has a degree in engineering, so she can't. I said no double dipping, though. And so our fundamental worldview is that if we can help kids excel in sport, end up in rooms like this, that the world's a better place. And part of the fundamental view we have, and this is a little counterintuitive, is we actually see organizations that put safety first grow faster, and they actually reduce cost. And so it's a little counterintuitive, because part of the world thinks about, hey, more regulation and more things to do, and there's so much friction in the system, and there is, and we're working to solve that. But ultimately, where are you going to put your kid? Where they have the best coach and they might go pro? Sure, but if they're not safe, I'm a father of 4 kids, and all teens, they're never going to go anywhere where I don't think they're safe. And so that's the heart of everything. And those organizations are attracting more kids, and they're growing faster, and they're reducing insurance premiums, and they're spending less on attracting kids and retaining coaches, even volunteers. And so all that actually reduces the cost and helps them grow faster, whether you're a local rec department or you're an elite, club trying to send your kids to D1 and then pro.
Yeah. So what specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about like certification? Are you talking about like annual compliance? I mean, just like practically speaking, what do we mean?
Yeah, so, something we've talked a lot about, and I know we'll touch on a little bit, but there isn't a national standard here, right? So we have national governing bodies in the Olympic movement that have rules. There are 32 states with their own rules. You're in Massachusetts. This is our hometown. City of Champions, Boston. Okay, I know I'm going to piss some people off. Don't care, we're massholes up here. But we have a Cori check, which is mandatory in the state of Massachusetts. Doesn't check Nashua, New Hampshire, 40 minutes away. Tom's in California, you got to run a live scan fingerprint check. You're in Pennsylvania. So there's myriad rules around background checks, abuse prevention training, concussion training, certification, heat stroke, sudden cardiac arrest, how to coach, how to prevent ACLs. It's a lot. And so there's a lot of things you can track, but ultimately, the question you might ask is, well, it's too much. Safety is a mindset. It's not a one and done, right? We have to be committed, as Benita rehabilitates the center and grows it to the next great thing, it's a never-ending approach. And once you adopt that mindset, then safety follows.
What would both of you say to a sport provider in this room who says, okay, yeah, I get it, that's great, but you know what, it's really hard to recruit coaches already. We're not paying them, and we want them to get trained in all sorts of things, and now you want me to have them watch 2 hours or 3 hours of video and go through an LMS, and man, that just seems like tough. What's the response there?
Yeah, I would say we hear you, and we agree that it's challenging out there. Seth and I were talking about all of the different safety training that he provides, and of course the differing and multitude of different requirements depending upon which area that you're working in and coaching in. One thing I would just reiterate to everyone is from a safe sport perspective, we are now receiving over 1,000 reports a month of misconduct in sport. Now, this is not just youth sport, but it's across the ecosystem. We've seen a 160% increase in the number of reports in the last 6 years. And so it's ever growing, and I think it's more and Tom asked me this question, do I think it's just more abuse out there? I said, no, it's the awareness raising that Safe Sport thankfully has been able to accomplish over the last almost decade of its existence. But the majority, the largest proportion of those reports come from the grassroots. And so when we're talking about volunteer coaches and the requirements that are put on all of them, regardless of whether they're an elite coach of Olympians and Paralympians or they're a grassroots coach, think about that responsibility. What you were saying, Seth, of, I'm a parent too, like I said, and we want the safest environment for our kids, and the way to do that is to understand what those guidelines are, and the training is a way to do that. Having said that, I do believe that we can do better, and we are in the process of transitioning to a new learning management system. Hopefully we'll complete that migration by the end of the year and be able to, in 2027, begin to find a way to customize those courses so they feel a little bit more relevant to the individuals that are taking it, be the official coach, grassroots, elite. And also maybe shorten them and make them more bite-sized morsels, if you will, instead of having to sit in front of a computer screen for an hour, hour and a half.
I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact, Benita, that your budget needs to grow. Like, if you are going to serve the grassroots in the way that we need it served properly, you need more money. You heard my idea, put on the table here, yes. Also before Congress in September. I mean, I think everybody ought to register with some quasi-government agency. I would start with you guys as the first point. of consideration. But if you have everybody registering with you and you're getting the background checks, I mean, you know, you heard my idea of like, well, then let's take a cut of that sports betting money and have that cover criminal background checks,
Right.
abuse training, and we level the playing field. We provide a cost. Any reaction to that rough idea?
I do think it's really important to have that centralized agency. I do think finding partners like Anchored can help lighten the burden, but we're very grateful for the money that we get from the USOPC every year. We get, as of 2020, through the Empowering Olympic and Paralympic and Amateur Athletes Act of 2020, they are required to give us $20 million a year. And $20 million a year felt like a lot of money when we were half the size and half the number of reports and everything else. But with that 160% increase in the number of reports has become that multiplier of our staff as well. So our costs have gone up considerably. There was no cost of living index affiliated with that 20 million, so we get the same 20 million in 2026, and we all know what the cost of living has done in those in that short period of time. And so you're right, we need to do it. We need to be that centralized agency, at least for setting the policy, for doing the responsive resolution, for doing the compliance and audit functions, and individual and organizational accountability. But we have to change policy to be able to do that, and we certainly need more resources.
Yep, definitely. We're running on time here, so very quickly, give me a vision by the 2028 Olympics. Right, we got this 2-year window. What should we be?
I
What's
think
the story?
the number one barrier why we don't do more is friction. We have to take friction out of the system, right? That's friction for people getting trained. That's friction. We were just talking about somebody on the board of Safe Sport not knowing if their credentials travel across for another thing they're doing. Like, we have to take friction out of it. So I'd say 2 years, and I'm not the politician here clearly, but we need consensus. What are the standards that we as a country, as an industry, as a group agree on? We need accountability. Who's going to be the champion and own those set of credentials, whether it's Bonita and Safe Sport, whether it's somebody else? And then we need a way to fund it. And so 2 years, we should be able to have, I don't know, draft legislation. Are we going to get it passed? I don't know, probably not. I don't think there's a lot of people that would vote against safety, even red or blue, but I think that's a 2 years reasonable approach.
Definitely. What's the story we can tell by 28?
I think we want a gold medal safety plan, not just for safe sport, but for the country. And that will include policy changes. That will include a better coordination among and between all of the agencies across not only youth sport, but all throughout the ecosystem. For Safe Sport in particular, we piloted a program where we took reports on the ground in Milan and Cortina during the Olympic and Paralympic Games, and we want to do the same in a very much more comprehensive way for Team USA in Los Angeles. And so bringing that plan goes to the elite athletes, but it has to extend and beyond just the Olympic and Paralympic movement and just elite athletes throughout the sports ecosystem. Changing the culture requires all of us to really put sport at the center of what we're doing.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Bonita. Thank you, Seth. Great conversation. And thank you to all who have dug in. I'd like to bring back up Sticks to close us out and get you moving into the next section.
Get out of here, Alan.
Great job.
If you need
Okay.
that.
Oh, I don't need it. No, thank you.
All right.
Everybody make some noise, make some noise. We're about to get through this thing. Couple reflections. I want to give a special shout out to the Aspen Institute Sports and Society group, team, everybody that's a part of it. Got a couple friends at Aspen, Chris Varales, Dar, Bill Mayer, shouts out Bill. Bill Resnick, Kelly Lee, Michael Sonnen, all of those are good friends. They helped us out. Coming out of Watts, it's a big deal for me. We don't get a lot of access. Shout out to Tom Ferry, who's been very instrumental in closing those gaps. Make some noise for the kids that came up earlier. Creating captains, leadership. We need it. We need it. Shout out to IMG Heisman, doing some great things. IMG, I'm gonna hold you to about 10 scholarships a year but we're gonna deal with that later. Dick's Foundation, I felt the passion, man. Make some noise for Dick's Foundation, man. Equip, I like that. They showed the video of Equip. I mean, we need to talk about how you roll that out in a couple communities, because you got to understand, a free ball is coming home with me. I don't know if they're going to put it back in that box. Yeah, but we'll figure out how to deal with that. Got to talk to the folks in the community, understand how to work these things. It takes collaboration, right? The word of the day so far was community. I heard community spoke about a lot. But in order to understand community, you have to approach from a quantitative, but also a qualitative. In order to get accurate qualitative, you need the people in the communities who actually do it grassroots to understand how to approach moving forward. So both are equally important. My good friend, me and Renata talk about it all the time. The ACL conversation was special to me because I have a really close relative, Juju Watkins, USC. Make some noise for Juju. You know, we understand that she went through a serious injury, had to sit out, but she come back stronger than ever. But the importance of understanding that development and that growth from when it happens and how to keep them activated and engaged is very important. You know, shouts Bonita. Seth Lieberman told me to take my jersey off. But the real city of champions is in Inglewood, just so you know. No, we gonna go ahead, make some noise for that again. Yeah. No, I'm just playing. No wars. Bad. You know, Project Play, that's what this is all about. We're excited to keep this going. We're gonna have an amazing day. Don't forget to check the app. We're about to get into the breakout sessions after this quick break. Lunches after that, and then we got the buffets. I'm checking out what we got here. We got more. No, we don't got no more gift cards. Sorry, don't say that right here. We'll have another breakout block at 2:45. But now, without further ado, I want to thank everybody here for attending. We're about to get into the breakout sessions. Make sure you check out which one you wanted to come to mind. By the way, sorry. I want to make sure everybody have a great day, wishing everybody a successful day. Make connections, network, do your thing. One more time, everybody right here, make some noise for yourself. Make some noise for yourself. See everybody later.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed lunch. We will be beginning our next breakout in a couple of minutes, so please take your seats and we'll begin momentarily.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hope you all are feeling settled in after lunch. I'm Ruby Avila, and I'm with the Aspen Institute Sports and Society team. So glad to see you all here. We are so excited to have this conversation today with our partners from LEGO Education and the Boston Celtics, celebrating the power of play. When we talk about changing systems to ensure every child has access to sport, it's important to step back and think about the beginning. So, here to share more about the foundation of play from the court to the classroom, please welcome Alexander Mitchell and Brian Scalabrini.
Thank you very much. Thank you. 2 in the middle. 2 in the middle looks good. Hello, Project Play Summit. How are you? Good to see you all today. Brian, thank you very much for joining me. You got it. I want to thank the Aspen Institute and Project Play for bringing together leaders in the space who care deeply about what we care about, which is what kids need to thrive, not just today, but looking forward to the future as well. I got some surprise when I first acknowledged my joining here that an education company, maybe we're a little bit out of place at the Project Play Summit, and what do we do on the sport front? But at LEGO Education, we believe play, and specifically for us, learning through play is common language that connects sport and education. So what we want to talk about today is whether it's on the court or in the classroom, play is how young people develop skills that matter most: resilience, communication, confidence, creative thinking. So I'm Alexander. I look after the United States for LEGO Education. And I'm joined by Mr. Brian Scalabrini, former Celtics player, NBA champion, Celtics TV analyst, and White Mamba, and someone who knows firsthand what perseverance, teamwork, and confidence can really do. So, Brian, I'd love to hand it over to you for a brief introduction of who you are.
When they asked me to do this, and they, I also I don't coach, but I manage like 350 kids in an AAU program because I feel like, basketball is a sport I've been doing my whole life. It's what I watch, it's what I do. With the Celtics, I do stuff in the NBA. Covering other teams, but I do really love youth sports and helping kids that are 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, and seeing them change and develop and grow through sports. And this is a big thing for me in my life and helping. I've gone through it with my daughter, who's now 19, and now I'm back with my son, who's now 12 years old. And I think there's so many good things that could happen through play, through youth sports, if it's done the right way. And I did have some crazy ideas about how to do it, and what I think, and not the idea of not leaving, sort of figuring out a way to make all 10 players valuable to the team, right? And most times you'll see maybe 1 or 2 good players, and they have the ball in their hands every single time. But what about the other kids that are there? And you don't want those kids to grow up and quit. And I think right now I also coach like a U17 team, and these guys, not every single one of them is going to be a Division I basketball player or even in the NBA, but they want to continue their education and play basketball. The teamwork, the camaraderie, the sense of purpose that they want to continue. So it really changed my mind. Like, think about like my life. I grew up trying to play at the highest level in college, get a scholarship, and then, wow, there might be an opportunity to make some money playing basketball, maybe whether it's overseas or maybe I even make it to the NBA. I had no idea my life would turn into this, but the thing that sometimes can get lost in all of that is the camaraderie and the sense of purpose and the teamwork. And then you start getting to know different people who work different jobs, maybe Lego finance jobs. And they're always talking about trying to find people who work in team environments, who went to college to play lacrosse. And now it's been an unbelievable leader that has a good understanding. When things get a little bit haywire, they keep their composure. So sports means so much more than just like, hey, I got to college on a full ride. Sports can lead and open up so many different doors. And I'd like to share some of like the experiences that I've gone through as a player, maybe growing up, but also as a coach now of coaching youth kids.
Thank you very much, Brian. And I think there's a lot of overlap in what LEGO Education does. So a little bit about myself. As I mentioned, I lead the United States team for LEGO Education. And if you don't know, we are more than the retail side of the business that many of you may see. We actually have some really wonderful basketball sets that have just come out, but that's not our team or our world. We'll check those out later. LEGO Education is a hands-on learning solution. We partner with many of the largest districts and most of the districts in the country today. We provide solutions for science, computer science, and AI, and we have a strong belief that hands-on learning, getting tangible, getting up in the classroom, moving around, communicating with your peers in groups of 4, we know that this increases knowledge retention, that it helps students see themselves in roles and in jobs that they hadn't before. And so I'm excited to talk about the overlap between team sports, and real life is a team sport, right? As Brian said, you need to be able to collaborate with people, and we like to see that in the classroom too. So what I'd like to do is I have a couple questions for you, Brian. I'll put you on the spot and we'll get into it.
No one ever puts me on the spot.
Very good. You've been under higher pressure before, I think. Maybe.
A lot more.
I don't want to brag, but I was on the 3rd grade team, the Carver Agitators, and I did put up 3 points a season.
That's pretty good.
I get it. I understand.
I put up 3 points a season too.
So there's hope for me yet. So I wanted to start with the power of play in general. So you played at the highest level of basketball, but it all started with play. Can you take us back?
Yeah.
What did that look like for you as a kid?
Yeah, I mean, like I was a kid just like anybody else that played. I played football, soccer. I actually didn't play like organized basketball until I was like in 8th grade. But, I'm sure if you guys have kids or if you were a kid at one time playing sports, you go to school, you try to get your homework done, you try to do all your chores because you need a ride from mom to go to practice, and mom's going to do the checklist or you're not going to practice, right? And I was so excited about the idea of, being around my teammates. Going back to, I really remember like growing up the football practices where it was, you have a responsibility. If you're a left tackle, you have to do this. If you're a defensive end, you have to do that. And, I like the intensity of it. I like the idea of like I think this is where my mindset of like being an every play type of player. Every play you have a job to do and you would do that job and the coaches would be like, way to go. And you get the sense like, great, I just got to continue to execute my job, and I would get that affirmation from the coaches or from my teammates and, the pats on the helmet or whatever it is, right? And you start to like, you sort of get that probably the same dopamine hit that the kids get on Instagram right now. You know, you're getting that in real life sports. And I would go through that, and it was so fulfilling every day. And then at the end, you go and play a game on the weekend, and whether, you know, we would win some games, and then we would lose some games, and, you know, the agony of it, not knowing like the whole what this thing is all about. But it was it really just gave me like, you know, like a sense of like purpose of what I was supposed to do. It kept me on task. It made me do my homework. It made me do my responsibilities at home. And then you go on again, and it was a match for me that this is what I'm supposed to be doing in life, right? This is like, there's no better feeling for me than like this whole point of you have a job, do the job, and then the next play you do it all over again, right? And that's where kind of sports for me at a young age, that like kind of sparked the whole thing. And that's the same thing. When I played baseball, you get a chance to bat. What do? Soccer, the same thing. Here comes the ball. Like it all was like quick, fun, affirmation, and it got me moving in the right direction of like, it really kept me accountable to all the other things in my life.
Your energy is contagious on this, and we talk a lot about giving all students the opportunity to see themselves, whether that's being an engineer or being a scientist, saying, that's for me. I could be in that position, that barrier's lowered. So how do you spark that fire in the younger kids you work with, or give them that moment to say, I could do this?
Yeah, I mean, I do a lot of things like, so in basketball, it's a lot, right? If you look at the NBA, it's a giant court, it's 5 players here and 5 players there, right? It's really hard. I mean, I was just joking about my 3 points a game, right? Like, it's really hard to be successful in that environment. But what we tend to do with kids is we limit the variability, right? Variability is players. So, you know, you're obviously going to have more success one-on-one than you would have 5-on-5. You have the ball in your hand, you have to make a play, you learn to get better. Then you have 2-on-2. Now you have to read, 3-on-3. We cut down the court, we make it smaller. So it's like all the starting ways is just for the kid to have success, right? It's training a kid he gets the idea that I drove the ball to the basket, I got a layup. Now I got to go and play defense. But way to go, Johnny, whatever it is, right? And I think with sports, sometimes it can get so big, and you're asking kids to do all these things. We try to keep it simple for them. We try to have them on the court. We try to coach them on the fly. We try to like explain to them where space is at. Like if little Johnny has the ball and the whole right side of the floor is open, you try to tell them, go right. You encourage him when he makes the right play, when he makes the right read. And the biggest thing is like when he passes the ball, you also encourage that, right? So like we have taken basketball and just like condensed it down to smaller games, like, you know, 2-on-2, 3-on-3, smaller courts. So there's a lot more reps. So the kids at the end of the day, you know, like you can go and play a 5-on-5 game and score 7 points and get the ball in your hands 5, 6, 7 times. If you're coming to where we're at, you'll have the ball in your hands 100 times in an hour, and maybe you score 30 points, right? Less variability, but we know that those little things gives kids confidence.
It's really exciting, and I think we view it much the same way in that if you can give all kids more hands-on time, and in a classroom, right, there's growing classroom sizes in many states around the country, and sometimes it's 30 students to one teacher, and the kid that needs more attention or help or reps is getting left behind on a single device, and they're not being seen. And as we say, right, play is the same as learning. It's not a break from learning, it is learning. So I love that focus on more reps.
Yeah.
We don't call them reps, and we should. It's more exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like anything, right? Like my son was in the 5th grade, and his like math scores are good, but his reading scores are down. Like we didn't do anything different. We just started getting. My son loves Steph Curry. He loves basketball. He just started reading a bunch of books about stuff. That's the same concept, right? It's just reps. The more you read, the better you get. The more math you do, the better you get. The more times you have the ball in your hands, the better you get. The more decisions you make, the better you get, right? So it's just like a simplified way of it. Like, is that going to turn the kid into an NBA player, or is my son going to become like something like a Pulitzer Prize winning author based on reading Steph Curry books? Probably not, but he's going to improve from it. And improvement is what we're looking for, right? We're not looking to take every kid and turn them into something like that. Like all you're looking to do is be better today than you were yesterday, or really be better this week than you were last week, be better at the end of the season than you were at the beginning of the season. And there is no special formula besides just getting the reps, getting the reads, getting the ball in your hands. And by cutting down the court, by cutting down the players, they're going to get that a little bit quicker than if they were just running up and down with 10 guys on the court with one ball. It's just a math problem at that point.
I think you missed your calling as a teacher because you were way ahead of the game in that you connected to his play passions, right? Something that interested him, that would get him excited about the subject. And maybe that was Steph Curry, and in a lot of our content, it's sports, right? Soccer lessons or mini golf lessons or food lessons or making music for students, something that excites them so that it's not so abstract. So I really love that you covered that. The 2008 Celtics, it's a popular topic in Boston, as you may know. We're very gracious, as we were agreeing before. Boston sports fans are notoriously gracious. That team was a masterclass in collaboration. What made the team click, and what lessons there do you think could apply to a classroom?
Yeah, so I think if you just at the top, let's start with leadership, right? We had a great coaching staff. Doc was unbelievable at managing players. And he was unbelievable at running offenses, what we're going to run, what's he going to draw up, stuff like that. We also had a really good coach coaching our defense, in Tom Thibodeau, right? So you had the two guys up top. But then, the real separator is when you have a star player like Kevin Garnett and the leadership that he brings every day. And this is sidebar here. If you ever want to know what you're looking for in life, right? And I strive to be like him every day if I can, not with all the cuss words and stuff like that and yelling at people, but minus that stuff, right? He genuinely wants everybody around him to be successful. When I say everybody, it's Paul Pierce down to the 15th man, to the film guy, to the coaches, to the people selling season tickets, everybody within the Boston Celtic family. He wants them to succeed. He totally understood that it's all of us that win a championship. It's not just one guy. We're not putting one guy on a pedestal. And the amount of times that he would cheer guys on for doing their job. I talked to you guys early on about when I was playing sports, I was playing football, and the coach was like, way to go, you did your job. Garnett is constantly doing that all throughout the game. And a lot of stuff gets lost because he's headbutting stanchions and he's doing crazy stuff. But I've never had a teammate that was that supportive before. It's truly remarkable because he also is managing his own life and his own play. But he has enough mental energy to make sure that everybody around him is good. Call team meetings, ask players if they have bad body language on the bench or whatever. And I think that is a true separator. You can have a great coaching staff, you can have shooting, you can have a lot of good things, but if your leader cares about everybody, your leader's willing to sacrifice, your leader wants everyone around him to succeed, then that's what the end result is going to be, right? You're going to be a lot better than you're capable. If Garnett wasn't a great leader, would we have won a championship? I don't think so. I think we would have been a good team, but I don't know if we would have got through that 7-game series, maybe against Atlanta, but we probably wouldn't have got through the 7-game series against Cleveland, against LeBron. And then we finally lost a home game against Detroit, but it was we always use Garnett as the North Star on that. So I'm not sure that we win a championship without that leadership. And that just changed the way that, let's think about this. I was in my 8th year in the league, 4 years with the Nets, 4, 5, 6. This is my 7th year. And I've been around good players. I played with Jason Kidd. He was brilliant as a player. He was a good leader too, but not like Garnett's level. So I'm always constantly striving for myself, to people around me, but also for kids and people around them. It's the number one thing I'm trying to do at practice and in games. In a world in which people are consistently worried about what they do and how their success is measured, it was refreshing to be around Garnett where he would encourage and cheer on other people. So we kind of make that mandatory that you have to celebrate other people's successes. It can't just be just about you. And I think that's if there was a differentiator of that 08 team, I think that was a differentiator.
I think education often can be a very individualized experience for a lot of kids. Is they're either on a device, heads down, or they're falling behind silently in the corner of a room. And as you said, tone is set at the top. Leadership can change a lot of that experience
Yeah,
for kids.
you were explaining to me that you don't necessarily get that in education where a person would cheer on another person for their successes.
Yeah, I think of, when you think of a group project in education, often it's this feeling of dread and who's the kid or the student or the peer that's going to let you down and be unresponsive. And I don't know that we encourage that collaboration and that communication all the time. And so we push kids into groups of 4 and we say, you each have a role, you're going to figure it out, you're going to speak to each other, and you're going to be excited when you win together. But you're also going to be excited for the group next to you, and look what they made, and this amazing engineering thing. And I don't know that that's a feature of the system, is that you celebrate other students.
Yeah, and I just say, like, this is a big deal in sports, is to get like your child, he or she has to feel like they're involved, right? And there's so many variables about success and failure and all this stuff, right? But like working together is working together on a daily basis, whether it's individual workouts with a buddy, it could be your team practices, it could be your games. Like, you're striving to make sure that they know, like, the real message here is, like, to play sports, work together, and see how, like, what can come of that as you get older. Whether you play in college, whether you play in high school, whatever you end up doing, like, it does kind of set the foundation for a lot of people and who they are.
Yeah, and as I said, real life is a team sport, right?
No doubt.
We see people in the workplace. If you're a programmer, there are pair programmers where you're working with someone else together, and the teamwork piece is absolutely critical there to be a good part of the team. I want to fast forward to today a little bit. I live in the past of our titles more so than anyone, but today you're coaching 350 kids, is that right?
When you say coach, I'm like Brad Stevens.
All right, so you're Brad Stevensing 350 kids.
Yeah, and I have a great team around me. So I do coach when I do coach, but it's really about team building and getting everyone rowing in the right direction. I can't coach 350 kids.
Well, tone is set at the top.
Yeah.
You are very humble.
Yeah.
Sports teaches you to lose. At the same time, it teaches you to win, right? So why do you think it's important for kids to experience from and recover from failure?
Yeah, we were talking earlier just about this. And, you either win or you learn. And, right, it's like really hard to wrap your mind around that, right? And that's for everybody. But you can learn a lot from, you can call it failure, right? And like failure seems to have like a negative connotation, right? But it is true, like, and that you can win a game and fail. It doesn't mean like every time you win, you played well. I had like one time I had I coached my daughter. She was like 13 years old. They were playing a year up, and like a lot of the kids were reclass kids, so they're kind of playing 2 years up. The game was an absolute dogfight. I mean, down to the end. They had no business playing against this group. The game was a 5-point game with about 3 minutes to go, and we ended up losing by 12. And I'll never forget this. Like, afterwards, I was so proud of them, and they were so sad, right? Some people were crying. And then later on, like, this is one of my best parents of all time, so don't look at it like I'm judging the parent. Like, this parent was unbelievable. But she's like, man, they just didn't have it today, right? And I'm like, are you crazy? Like, this was the best game we played by a million. This was by far our best ever game. And we lost because we played against a really good team. But they did a lot of good things when they were out there, right? And I'm sure at the time, they felt like failures, but that is like as far as you can imagine. Then later on, we played horrible, and we won by 30 because of the opponent that we played. And everyone thought it was the greatest thing. And I'm like, we played horrible this time. So sometimes the idea of winning and losing is not success and failure, especially like in youth sports. There's age discrepancies and all kinds of stuff. But the idea is to like analyze what are you and what are you doing right then and there? Are you getting better for yourself? Are you making better defensive plays? Are you rebounding the ball? So we really get away from the idea that, if you lose a game, you're no good, right? Like we try to, we devalue the possession, devalue the game, and focus on the things that really do matter. Are you playing hard? Are you playing unselfishly, right? Are you defending? Are you rebounding? Are you low turnover, right? So we haven't even got to the idea of shooting a shot yet, making a shot, missing a shot, winning or losing. So we focus mostly just on, and this is like a big NBA thing as well. Not like Joe Mazzulla, I interview him or I talk to him on the plane mostly after every game, and they'll win a game by 30, and he'll talk about like the 10 to 15 possessions that they can get better on. They'll lose a game, by 10, and there's 10 to 15 possessions that they can get better on. It doesn't ever change with them. It's the same because like a random thing could happen, like the Celtics just losing to Philly in game 7. Like I don't like the way we played. Like I can complain about each possession individually, but the reality is that Peyton Pritchard 3 goes down and we go up by 2. Like how do we know how Philly's going to respond to that? Like I give Philly all the credit in the world. They beat the Boston Celtics. There's no doubt about that. But the right play could happen and the shot could just miss. And I'm not a big proponent of like, hey, we just missed shots so we lost. There's more to it than that. But at the end of the day, like you should be progressing and you're learning, and that's what we hope sports are. That's what we want sports to become. Like, and that's for your, like your child. Like I'll give you like just my daughter for an example. So my daughter, she, was always on the Bay State Jaguar B team, and she worked and worked and worked, and she'd dabble on the A team and go back to the B team. But like the end result for her, like she's got like a $400,000 scholarship at Bentley University. Like that's a win. Like it's not going to end up. She's not going to be a WNBA player, but she stuck with it. She got plenty of times where she failed, plenty of times where she learned, but she stuck with the process, and like it paid off for her. She gets the chance to go through her education process. Like obviously the scholarship, it's like a lot of work to continue to work and get that. But the idea of it is she's still with a group of people and they're rowing in the right direction, and she has somewhat purpose. And when I ask people, hey, what do you think about an internship for my daughter? And they're like, well, she's a basketball player at Bentley? Oh yeah, Bentley's a good school and this and that. So this was not going to end up trending out for her, but with hard work, perseverance, dealing with failures, like she ended up making it. So there's a lot of different routes that you can go, but the idea is like to stick with it, and like there's going to be times where it doesn't work out for you, but if you can learn from those times, you're going to be better off at the end.
Well, we're going to try to get her over to the Lego education team. That's
what
what we've decided on the way.
Big Lego girl.
But I think that's something that the kind of typical classroom can learn a lot from team sports from, is that failure, I think, many times is seen as an end point. And we were talking about Nelson Mandela's I never lose, I win or I learn. And we encourage that strongly. And people ask us, like, why robotics? And robotics because you have to fail. In engineering, in science, robotics, you have to fail. In team sports, you have to fail. You're not batting 1,000 every time. You're not hitting every shot. It's just inevitable. And that comfort with failure, I think, is something, as an employer, right, when we look at students and systems change as we work with the districts across the country, this is something we want to see in students, that they're comfortable with failure and they can iterate and move forward.
Do you find that they are? I find like my kids are not.
Yeah, I don't think it's encouraged as much as it could be. I mean, when you look at it at a zoomed out perspective, right, everything from the funding that many schools get is strictly tied to standardized testing outcomes, and those have a specific right or wrong answer in most cases. So I don't think we build systems with the intention to let kids fail and iterate in most cases. And so it's why I've really enjoyed the work we're doing on our science and computer science projects is they have to fail. You have to work as a team. You have to fail.
Yeah, and the learning process comes from just like asking questions about, what did you do well today, and then what could you improve on, right? I know it's just a simple question, and then what are you going to do about it, right? We're big on our newest thing now is like we can find thousands of people, millions of people around the world that can identify problems. Like what we're looking for is like execution of solutions. So when you go to your kid and your kid says, man, I didn't shoot the ball well. Well, the execution of solutions is, so what are you going to do about it, right? I'm going to get, 100 shots up today. What were the shots that you were getting? What were the shots that you weren't getting? I wasn't getting my 3 off fast enough. Well, the execution of solution is to get your 3 off faster, right? Like work on the speed of your shot, right? So there's always, the idea of it is like, we don't want to be, I don't want to be in the car driving home, telling my kid all the problems. We want to focus on the execution of the solutions for that particular game, because if you're not talking about the solutions, then they can't go out and execute the solutions, whether we finish the game on Sunday, and now it's Monday. So now it's time to move forward from what transpired in the weekend.
We were speaking to a director of STEM for Fairfax County in Virginia last week. We were in Houston at the Robotics World Championships, and he's in charge of hundreds of teams of 8 to 10 kids each. It's a huge student population. And he said the most gratifying thing about leading this robotics program is I get the straight A students that have never gotten less than an A+, and they come in here and they fail and they have no idea what they're doing and they're scrambling and they're so uncomfortable. And my secret is I don't know the answer. I tell them, go figure it out. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
And building that skill set, I think, is really gratifying in education and in sports. I wanted to ask you about access, right? We're a group that's very focused on lowering the bar for access, making sure kids get opportunities to see themselves in these roles. And Project Play is very focused on removing barriers so every kid can play. From your perspective, why is it important that a kid gets that access? What happens when they get that access?
Yeah, so we're spending all this time talking about failure, right? Well, the best part about sports, right, and it's not actual failure. If you rise up and take a good shot and you miss, right, then that's not failure. That's just part of the game. But all that stuff around sports and the communication, spacing, spatial awareness, working with one another. Basketball is a sport. I don't know how much you guys watch or know. There's 5 players, right? So typically, it's 2 players over here playing and 3 players over here playing. There's some interaction going on, but it's constant, action over here, action over there. What these 3 do triggers what these 2 do, right? So it's not only what am I doing when I have this, but it's also this idea of when you see this guy do that, then you have to do that, right? It's reading, it's your brain, it's the connection. What am I supposed to do? And then you have to do it, and then the ball comes to you, and then you have to have the skill to finish it. There's so much that goes into that, right? Think about all the brain development and what that is. Think about all the different ways that that could help a person in their life with spatial awareness and all kinds of things. So we just think having access is important to go through that, right? And then forget about what we talked about earlier with just a simple, I have the ball, I drive, I score, I feel good about myself, right? That's the basic form of it, right? So all play leads to that, right? It's like a microcosm of success and failure happening all the time, over and over again. It builds resiliency, right? So we have to get kids opportunity, and it doesn't have to be basketball or soccer. It could be anything, but the idea of it quick. You make a play, you don't make a play, you succeed, you fail, you learn, you make the play the next time. On Monday you're this, but on Friday you're that, right? So that's why we feel like it's really important just to have the opportunity to play. And when we bring it in, thank your parents for bringing you out here. Don't take that stuff for granted, right? That stuff is important. But we think that right there is a nice set-off point for a lot of good things in your life.
Yeah, and the public school system and school systems in general, right, I think are one of the few ways where you can really access a true equal demographic of students and make sure that access floor is low for sports programs, for robotics, for STEM programs, for science programs. And so I think we see it much the same way. When you think of, so you're working with all of these students, these young athletes, and the world is changing quite rapidly. We were talking about how much information they're bombarded with nonstop. Is there anything that worries you about how kids are developing now?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I worry about is, I think a lot of kids, let's start from the beginning with the idea that screens, right? And I know people look at screen time as negative. I'm not like that. I think like if you go to my Instagram feed, it'll be a ton of stuff that's like learning, right? Like it could be basketball related, it could be exercise related, it could be stuff going on in the NBA. So I'm constantly like picking up on stuff, right, through social media, which is good, right? But sometimes I feel like I have a pretty good sense at 48 years old. Like, I mean, and to be honest with you, I didn't grow up with social media, so I have a pretty good understanding at a younger age of who I was and who I wasn't. I'm not going to go out there and try to be like Jason Tatum. I would fail if I try to do that, right? Like, I'm a role player. Like, I'm not that guy. I'm the guy that's standing in the corner waiting for Jason Tatum to throw him the ball. Like, that's who I am. So I have a good understanding of who I am, right? And that was never clouded by social media. You know, and I think a lot of it today, like your mind and your expectations of your life are almost are dictated by what you see. And we all know, like, you know, everybody on social media puts out their best foot forward on their vacations and where they're at and the outfits they're wearing and whatever it is, the food they eat. But like, you know, you should be grounded in like who you are, and you can learn a ton from like social media. And you could take that and you could apply that. You could apply that to your own game. But like I was really fortunate. I got a chance to coach Steph Curry. And like I think the guy is not from this planet. I've never seen a guy work like that before, ever in my life. And I've been around some Hall of Famers. Like Ray Allen worked, Garnett worked, Paul Pierce worked. But like Steph Curry was from a different planet. His waking up, shooting before practice or before shoot around, go to shoot around, shoot after shoot around, lift weights, go to the game, play the game, lift after the game. Then the next day at 9 o'clock, he's back doing another workout. And then after practice that night, he's back at 5 o'clock at night shooting again. And everyone thinks like, I'm just gonna watch some highlights of Steph Curry or some drills that Steph Curry does, and I'm gonna go out there and do that. Now the game is growing at an incredible rate, but like the expectations that you have to be this guy because you saw him on a screen, that's what I worry about. The game is not, like it's learned on the screen, but there is some application there, right? So I worry that people can just watch something and think, and I don't know, how many people have kids here and they think like, when they watch something, they go outside and they try to emulate it and they think like, I got this, I'm good. But it takes like, it's a lot more work than what people think to rise to the level of a Steph Curry, to a Jason Tatum, to a Jaylen Brown, to all, like, there's countless hours and hours and hours of purposeful work. You have to be intentional in your work to get to that level. A lot of people can mindlessly work. Like the one thing about those guys that I'm mentioning, they have great intention. You should see them when they're going at it. I mean, the whole practice facility could be on fire, and they're focused on footwork and what they're doing. You know, I can go down the list. Isaiah Thomas from the Celtics, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, they were really intentional with what they did. And I think sometimes it's lost that if I just do this drill, that I'm going to be good just like them. No, it's like that's just one of the many drills and the countless thousands and thousands of hours that these guys are putting in. And we're not even getting into how they take care of their body, their food that they eat, the rest, the water, the everything. Like there's so much that goes into their greatness. And I think that people think it's easy to do from the screens. And I'm worried a little bit that they're getting their ideas of who they are based off watching other people. And that's not, I don't know, and I could be wrong by this, but I really think like you find out who you are through the hard work that you put in. When it's like, you don't want to keep going and you keep going, that's where you build up your resiliency. And I'm not learning my resiliency on the screen. I'm learning it through like gameplay, hard work, being in the moment. And I'm a little worried that some people might correlate that. I don't know. How many of you guys have like watched something and been like, oh, I should definitely do that. I'm going to do that. And then you end up not doing it, right? You still, like the information is good, but you got to go out there and you got to put it in application.
I thought I could snowboard recently.
Did you watch it on Instagram?
Well, I was replacing my irrigation system and pulled a muscle in my back and said, maybe not. I can't get the sprinkler up without injuring myself. But I think you're absolutely right in that often screen time or technology, it's the same in classrooms, is just like, well, that's a net negative. We have to get it out. It's just bad for people. And it's more about the quality of interaction, what you're interacting with, moderation. And I think young kids see 1 million inputs a year about people who have it better than them. And they're comparing their blooper reel with everyone else's highlight reels.
Sure.
But times 1 million, right, because of social media and everything else. And we know that, like, science scores are falling, doubly so for girls, triply so for girls of color, and it's really important for us to say, well, can you just provide that moment of letting them see themselves in that thing, in that career, in that job? And so I think it's a great nuance you point out.
Yeah, I always tell my kids this, like, and my kids work hard. Like, I make them work hard. Their access is amazing of what they have. Like, I actually own an entire building with 4 courts, and we have 8 small-sided courts. Like, there's 24 hoops in this place, right? But I also got to be honest, right? How many of you guys ever had to rewind the VHS before you took it back, right? So I was like, they go home and they're like, Disney Plus, Netflix, Amazon Prime. Like, I think I would have worked hard back in the day. But like the idea, like I can only afford movies on Tuesday because they were 99 cents. So I only really watched movies on Tuesday, you know? Every other day I had nothing else to do, so I just played basketball for 6 hours a day, right? So I don't necessarily blame them. It's like everything is at their fingertips. But it is like, there is no substitute for what we're talking about, right? The play, the interaction. There is no substitute from communicating with somebody while you're doing something. You know, like, I did make the NBA, but I was an unbelievable communicator on the floor. Unreal. Because if I didn't, I wouldn't have made it. It was self-preservation, right? I need to speak everything into existence or else I'd be a step behind. And there's something called recovery speed. I don't have any. If I get beat, I'm done. It's not funny, it's true. It's true. So my life is the attention to detail that I have to play with, right? The way that I have to communicate with everybody. I have to communicate 2 or 3 guys. If not, if I'm a step behind, I'm done. I'm done. And most guys in the NBA, they're there because they do have recovery speed, but I don't. So the attention to detail that I have to live by. So like, I learned through that, and it all is all interactive, right? And that's where it's at. That's where like the growth happens, right? And so if you're asking me about the sports, like, I think there's way more growth to be happening with communication than what we're seeing on the screen. Even though I do believe, like when I was a kid, highlights were on the VHS. Now, man, I can watch all of Jaylen Brown's highlights in like 5 minutes on YouTube, just like that, right? So the access has made the game so much better, but I still think you need to, you got to get out there, you got to do it, and you got to have some interaction.
Yeah, and often those durable skills, right? Communication, collaboration, critical thinking, like, they're really hard to measure, especially in a classroom setting. Like, how can you prove that those things are happening and getting better? And in team sports, how can you prove that communication is getting better? Well, you have a really involved coach, or you have a teacher that's watching you and paying attention to you. And so, you know, as we know, teaching and coaching, they're relationship business first and foremost. You need to understand.
And one more thing to add to that. Yeah. And I didn't finish my thought. I'm sorry. Sometimes I'm a little bit absent-minded. I do think, like, I am worried about when kids play basketball together, they rarely talk. And we were just talking about this in that room. And I'm not talking about kids. Like, I coach a U17 team, and I have probably 8 of the 10 guys I would say are scholarship players. Maybe they'll go D3 because of the school, but these guys are going to play in college basketball, and they do not speak on the court, right? So I personally do not remember it being that way when I was a kid, and I think that that's a big part of it. Like, I don't know if they learn how to communicate with one another. Now, I could be remembering wrong, because remember, since about 97, I played high-level college basketball and played in the NBA. And I've been covering the NBA since 2001. So maybe it's always like that because of what I can currently remember, and I don't remember what it's like to be 17 years old, but I do remember me talking a lot as a kid, and it works now with my job. I talk a lot. But I do remember like being a good communicator on the floor, and I think that that's important in sports. So there's also that side of it, you know. If you spend a lot of time on a screen by yourself, like that's not how the game is played. And it's not how the game is played at any level right now, at any college. You walk into a college practice, you will hear everyone like yelling and talking and calling out coverages. So it's a little bit different. So that would be the other side that I worry about, which is we need to communicate more while we're on the floor.
And to your point, like as an employer, right, we get to hire a lot of people in this area, and our most successful ex-kids, ex-students are the best communicators, right? There are technical skills, but you need to be able to communicate in life too, and it's interesting that you've observed that. I want to make sure we have a few minutes for questions, so I've got one more question for you, and then we'll open it up to the group. But if you could bring one thing from the basketball court into every single classroom in the country, what would it be?
I would think it'd be like the communication side, right? I really think, because you can't, it's not a one-way street when you communicate in basketball. You're constantly interacting. You can't get bogged down because the next play is happening. I think it would be the communication side of it. Just for, like, take what you're doing out there, and then I just remember I talked about Kevin Garnett and how empowering he is to everyone around him. I really think, and I hope I'm not like jaded by being around Garnett and attaching that to my ROH championship and my career in the NBA. But I think like teaching your kid to encourage other people and to cheer for other people's success is vitally important, which also goes back to communication, right? Like being able to communicate with somebody. And I don't know, man, sometimes I feel really bad. Like I feel really bad when I see people sad about other people having success. And I'm not really a fan of that. Like, there's enough to go around. Like, you should be successful and you should be successful. And I don't think that it needs to be like that. And I don't think it needs to be like, you said the classroom, I could say that, it's like around, right? Yeah. People should really be, I hope, like, that people could really be happy about other people and what they get and the opportunities that they have or whatever it may be. I think that's a big deal. When you're on a team, you shouldn't root for someone to do bad. You should try to do good, right? When you're in a classroom, you shouldn't root for someone to do bad on their presentation. Like, what's the benefit of that? Do good. Or I would even say the opposite. Like, man, they were awesome. Like, we got to be awesome or we got to be better, you know? But they did a really good job. So I think like those two things, like rooting for people around you to be successful is one, and then being able to communicate that would be another one.
Yeah, it's not a zero-sum game, right? Someone else's success doesn't subtract from yours, and how do you encourage that in students and athletes, that they can build each other up while still having a healthy sense of competition?
Yeah. Hey, a big, one of the places that I think the last couple years that I've noticed that is in, I think it's changed in the last 3 years, and I think maybe it had to do with like the money that they were making, and the money has gone up in the WNBA, the collective bargaining agreement. Yeah. But it felt like a really scarce league, and now I really like where it's at right now. And look, they got a whole new collective bargaining agreement. Maybe they feel like it's a lot better. We'll see. This season will be the first year under their new collective bargaining agreement, but I hope that this year it's like the year where like they promote like we just don't, like in the NBA, that doesn't happen. When Cooper Flagg is coming up, you hear all the great players talking about how great Cooper Flagg is, how great Victor Wembanyama is. When Jason Tatum was coming up, you see the veteran players be like, man, that dude's a problem. He's going to be unbelievable. But I didn't feel that way about the W when it was coming up, right? And I think it's changing, and I really feel like this year will be a breakthrough in that. But you want to see the whole thing, as you said, it's not a scarcity. There's enough to go around.
Yeah, and I think you're right on the W as well. It's very exciting.
This year.
Exciting.
This year.
Yeah. All right.
Big year.
I'm manifesting too with you right there. Okay, I want to, I think we have about 10 minutes. I wanted to make sure we opened up to the group. Any questions for Brian, myself, who crossing over our two worlds?
Do we have a mic, or can you guys yell
Yeah,
them out?
we have a few.
All right, go ahead. Just stand up, and you right there, stand up, and project your voice.
As a place kids learn to fail. But parents, I'm writing because I'm very nervous. I'm sold on, but parents as part of this infrastructure are part of this infrastructure too.
Sure.
Right? And a lot of us are allergic to watching our kids lose. How do we train this generation of parents to be okay with failure so that we're not the bottleneck?
Yeah, with 350 kids, that means I have like 700 parents, right? I think if I could just give advice to each individual, right? Don't root for the other team's failure. So what does that mean? When a kid takes 9 steps, don't yell out he's traveling, because you're actually rooting for the referee to blow his whistle and tell them that their person who's traveling is actually failing in life, right? Let them do that, right? I think that is like, from my experience of being around, and I'll be at, like, this weekend I'll be at 20 AAU games, right? It's the one thing that's over the top is when a kid carries the ball. He's carrying the ball, call a carry. So you're actually telling the referee to root against the guy, right? See what I mean? It's like, you could say, you could play better, you could, like, you should encourage all that. I'm not asking you guys to do all those things, but the idea of saying to a ref while you're in a group to like root for the other team's failure is the one area that I would try to avoid if you can. But yeah, I think it's really intense. And AAU has gone to like a little bit of an extreme level with they charge $40 for you to go in and watch your kid play, and a lot of people are investing a lot of money into that, which it's I wish that they didn't do that, because I think it puts unfair pressure on the kid in that situation. But yeah, I mean, I can't do a lecture for all. I can only talk to the people that in this room, right? So that's where we try to explain to them what we want, but it's not easy to manage that.
I'm going to try to internalize your advice. I promised myself I wouldn't be biased to my own kids, and as soon as my son rolled over for the first time, he's gifted. He's gifted.
And I would say to you, like, even if he is, it's hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of dedication.
That's right.
Even if he is
It's
the
hard
greatest
work.
rollover ever, it's still. That's like the biggest thing I try to explain to parents and kids is, like, if you're into this and you want to do it, like the whole 10,000 hour rule, I think it's turned to 20,000 hours at this point. So the commitment level is immense. You have to commit to it. So who else? All right. Yeah, she's going to get a mic and then we'll get you next.
Great, I'll go next. Hi, thanks so much for being here. I really just wanted to thank you for the joy that you bring to the game. It's like very clear that play and the fun of sport is just kind of exudes in everything that you do. I remember seeing you play at the Garden and the joy that everybody would have when you would go into the game and everyone would chant your name. But also now that I get to watch you, with my kids and see the way that you talk about the Celtics and just basketball in general. So I'm so grateful to hear more about kind of what's behind your story, and thank you for reminding us all of why that's important. My kids are little budding athletes. My daughter just lost to a Bay State Jaguars team this past weekend. So, but just really appreciate that. That means a lot, and I think they're really listening.
Yeah, I mean, it's all authentic. I do love it. I'm always searching for the one that's willing, or the 5 that are willing, or the 10 that are willing to like put their heart into everything, right? And if whatever if whatever comes of that, right? But that's what I'm searching for on a daily basis. I have 350 kids, and what we're searching for is people like putting their heart and soul into it, because that's when I see that, I always think to myself, like, you're gonna be awesome You're going to be a good player. You're going to end up being like whatever you do. You can make it to the WNBA, or you can make it to the NBA, or you could just be extremely happy in your journey, right? And that's what I'm searching for. And tonight I'll be there from 5 to 9, coaching again, and I do love it. And I don't have much of a life outside of basketball. Like when I'm at home, I just watch basketball. I do watch the Super Bowl, and I might even watch the conference finals in football, but outside of that, like my life is centered around one thing. And I have a great wife that allows me to do that, and she loves it, so it kind of works out. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica from Midland, Texas. I work for COM Aquatics, and we have over 400 student athletes from basically 8 years old to 18 who are on our competitive team. But I personally manage 55 coaches and about 900 little kids,
Jeez.
teaching them how to swim. So we're partners with USA Swimming. I swam at SMU in Dallas, but I have a question for you. Oftentimes as a former student athlete myself, and I'm on the board of the SMU Letterman's Association as well, I'm often approached about parents encouraging their kids to go play sports in college. I'm not sure how you feel about that, but I'm personally pro NIL. But I wanted to ask your advice, because I think sometimes as leaders in sports, we're oftentimes, especially if you have the experience as a former college athlete, parents are coming to us asking, how do I get my kid a scholarship? And I think the more lucrative, kind of like touching upon your social media comment, that just because people see it, they believe it's accessible, but they're not realizing the amount of reps and sacrifice that it takes. So what's your advice for athletic directors like myself, or youth program directors, on how are we navigating these conversations?
Yeah.
Because I think we can all agree, not every athlete, that shouldn't be the goal. We should be focusing on that growth rather than the lucrativeness of what college sports could be. Thanks.
Yeah, great. So that's a great question, right? So we don't get that question with young players at this point, but we do get that question with older players, right? So what we personally do is we kind of use like testing. So for instance, and this is unfair a lot of times to the kid, because the parents don't necessarily know what it takes to make it. But here's an example. So like you could see me at 6'9", right? At the time I was probably like 230 pounds, and I ran a 4:45 mile. So like sometimes the fitness or the strength or the athleticism isn't there, right? Let's just say. So we use these things, right? Most of our testing, and I wouldn't know where to even to begin in gymnastics, but like if you're a kid that's going to get a scholarship, because scholarships, obviously everyone's looking for them, it's free college, right? We use like testing that takes like 3.5, 4 minutes. Can you imagine running around drills for 3.5, 4 minutes? And while you're doing that, you have to make shots. You have to slide your feet defensively. You have to stop guys one-on-one. And we have like a baseline of guys who were in my program in the past where they fall. So we'll take a Ray Cuevas who went to Bowdoin, who now transferred to Brown. He would get a number, and that number would be 47. Then the kid would say, the parents would say, I really believe my kid's a scholarship player. So we say, great, let's do the Ray Cuevas drill. It's 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Let's see where the kid falls into. And the kid will fall into like 17, 18. Some kids just don't have like the mental stamina to do something like this, right? So we use that as a baseline. So we don't ever say that he can't make it. We say, if you can get up to 47, we know we can get him a scholarship. But it's almost like put on them. Then you can say, well, how do I get them there? Well, you can come in and you can train, but this is what we do. But does your kid eat right? Does he lift? Does he run? What is his mile time? What is his 400-meter time? And we have them all kind of benchmarked out. So it helps the parents realize what you're asking for when we have all these benchmarks of things. So we don't like leave it up to chance, because listen, I was cut in the 8th grade. Cut. I wasn't on the varsity. There was 15 players that the coach thought were better than me. In the 9th grade, I was the 7th man. There were games where I didn't play. 10th grade, I averaged 8 points a game. 11th grade, I averaged 13. The next year, after all the cumulative effect of working, it all came into fruition my last year, and I was one of the better players in the country. I still had to go to junior college. Went to junior college for 2 years. That's how I got my scholarship to USC. And then from there, All-American, drafted, and all that stuff. So I didn't really develop until I was like 19 years old. I wouldn't want someone to put a limit on me at that time, but it would have been nice to have some of the guidance of like, these are the benchmarks, this is what you have to accomplish, right? And I don't know what that is. I don't know, is it 2 backflips in a row? Like, I have no idea. But you have to say like, what are some of the people that are making it? What are they doing? And then like, how far are you away from that? And that's what we consider like a benchmark standard. That's how we do it.
I think expectations are very high on student athletes now, and growing more and more as we see a lot of kids who excel in our programs and who are in robotics clubs and whatever else. They are also student athletes, and they're also multilingual, and they're also academic achievers. And I think there's a lot of pressure on those kids.
Sure.
And most don't make it, right, to full scholarship and to play in the NBA. And we always joke that robotics and the programs we offer is the only sport where every kid can go pro, but going pro is a high-paying job, and you can get there. I think, yeah.
So it's you know, those, and my program, we play the best teams. So like my 6'5" center will go out there, and there'll be like 2 7-footers that we go against, right? And the reality is the reality. Like if I was this coach in college, I'm taking the 7-footer, even if my 6'5" guy outplays him, right? So all that stuff is out there. It's just, but it goes back to us. We like, some people just don't have the physical fitness or the athleticism to get to that point, right? So we use these things so they understand what it is. So they have a good idea when the kid scores like an 18 on a score where you should be getting like a 45. That usually means that they're like a long ways away. And I think the parents have a good understanding of that afterwards.
Well, I know we are just about at time. I don't know, we can
Anybody
go over
else?
a minute or two.
All right, stand up. There we go.
You clearly understand play, and I think that's dope, and it really needs to be applauded. But in your Brad Stevens role, you only coach one team. So then I think about the rest of your coaches. What are you doing to infuse these theories of play to have your coaches treat practice like a classroom?
Yeah, that's a great question. See, we have all of our courts are considered, so we have 4 full courts and 8 small-sided courts, right? So in practice, we're rep-based, right? So we create an action, and then we work on that action. And all my coaches have played. I'll tell you a funny thing that I didn't realize until I started communicating with my coaches. Sometimes with young kids, you've got to kind of puppeteer the offense a little bit. Hey, run a pick and roll right here. Hey, look for Johnny in the corner, right? You have to sort of help them out with that. My coaches were a little reluctant to do that. And I think it's because they were afraid to fail. So for me, it was like a lot of empowering to my coaches to let them experiment and grow as coaches. Because, I mean, kids get better, but coaches get better too. So we start out with like the idea of whatever the level is. We always want to start with like rep-based practice at the beginning. A lot of reps, a lot of layups, like, you know, high gather, low gather, bumping the pad, finishing, all the stuff, like the baseline stuff. And then I allowed the coaches to kind of like, in their own way, teach how they want to do shell defense, because I need them to grow. Teach how they want to run, you know, their 5-out spacing and all that. So that's what I give them. I empower them to do their thing. But for me, it's about setting the standard of, at our place, we're big on spacing, big on defense, big on playing hard, big on being unselfish. Great spacing doesn't work unless you swing the ball and you pass it, right? So we start with that, and then from there I let my coaches grow, and, you know, like talking to each individual. You know, even with all my experience in the NBA, my first like 3 years of youth sports, man, these coaches were coaching circles around me. And like a lot of it didn't make sense to me. But over time, like, you know, just like I learned, I think my coaches will also continue to learn. And I got coaches that are way better than me now. And it's like, I don't have to worry about them. Like they understand what we want to do, and then they take it and they run with that. And on the contrary to what a lot of people think bad about AAU, I think there's amazing people in AAU, like really amazing coaches. And sometimes my program with 350 kids, sometimes it's just a platform for letting those coaches focus on what they want to do, which is basically, I coach kids and not have to worry about a lot of other things.
Thank you, Brian.
You
I
got
know
it.
we're over time a bit. This was an awesome session. I want to give a big thank you to Aspen Institute, the Project Play Summit, but a real big round of applause to Mr. Brian Scalabrine here. Thank you very much for joining us. And I feel like my free throw has gotten better just sitting here, which is it was well needed. For our district leaders, educators, please do check out LEGO Education Solutions. I think we have a really wonderful offering when it comes to building that confidence, that creativity that you see in team sports as well, that we've talked so much up here today. So scan our code, check it out. Any final words, Brian?
No, the journey is worth it. I would always say that. Whatever it is, whatever they end up. When I talk to people who went to college, they played even Division III, and by the way, Division III players are really good. They all, every single one of them thought it was worth it. All the work that they put in, they all thought it was worth it. So I think the journey is worth it. Whatever you put into it, the play is worth it. And I think I just kind of ended on that.
Thank you very
All
much,
right,
sir.
you got it.
It's a pleasure. I think we're going this way.
Hello, everybody. Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily. Please take your seats. The program will begin momentarily.
Check. Is it up? I'm up?
Are you going to turn his mic on when he gets up there? Yeah, mic on when you get up.
Okay, thank you. Check. What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling? Come on now, how you feeling? I got one for you. This works every time. If you took a bath today, make some noise. Some of y'all got something to talk about. We back. Project Play Summit 2026. It's been an amazing day. How y'all feel about the breakout sessions? How you feel about everything so far? Anybody want to share anything? Anybody real fast, out loud? I was great? Oh, who said that? Raise your hand if you said it. Thank you so much. What'd you say? Return on impact. I heard that in a session. Heft. I heard that in a session too. I'm glad. I appreciate the love. There's a lot of love in the room, man. My session was the best. And will probably be the best all week. Shout out Scalabrini. I seen him around here somewhere. You know what I mean? No claps for Scalabrini? Yeah. He went to USC. That's the only reason why I'm shouting out. I do want to shout out the Boston Red Sox for giving us Mookie. Dodgers, you already know. No, but let's stick to the script. The breakout's been great. We're having a great day. The food was actually great. Shout outs to the whole Project Play team. Make some noise for them. Amazing. They're running around. We got to give credit. Shout outs to the sound man, the video, the production team. Make some noise for them too. None of this is possible without them. We can't forget about them. This is our final plenary session of the day. We have a reception at Fenway. The shuttle's going to be outside. Who going? Who's going to have a drink? Okay, drinks on Aspen Institute. No, I'm just playing. They're going to send that bill to me. So we'll see everybody at Fenway. We got more details about that later. A lot of great content coming up. Shoot, everybody feeling good? Okay, I like to do this in everything that I do. Take a minute, quiet. We're going to repeat. This is what we do with the kids in the programs. I need everybody to do me a favor. Say, I am great. I am incredible. I am a leader. I am a superstar. I am here for a reason. I am unstoppable, and the world is mine. Make some noise for yourself one time. That's right. Affirmations, manifestations. You got to pump yourself up before you get out there. That's what Project Play is all about. So, without further ado, let's see what our friends at ESPN got to say.
ESPN is building a nationwide coalition powered by Disney called Take Back Sports.
Just over 38% of children aged 6 to 12, they participated in regular sports in 2023. They participated regularly, that is.
You know, when I was a kid, there was no stress. That's what I want to do here. I know it's going to be a long process. We have to go step by step.
It's a beautiful environment for self-discovery and building confidence and community and friendships.
It's not about building the next MVP. It's about more kids playing any position in any sport just for the joy of it.
I really do want to prioritize the journey because sport is all about living the moment. That's how you win, is in the moment.
We're working on that story, and we hope that you will join us.
Hi, everyone. Please welcome Jennifer Paulette, Director of Corporate Citizenship at ESPN.
Hello. Good. It's great to see everyone. It's hard to believe that it was a year ago in Berkeley that we stood on this stage and announced that ESPN and the Walt Disney Company were launching a new youth sports initiative called Take Back Sports. Well, I'm happy to report that in that first year, we've made incredible progress in changing the narrative around youth sports. From impacting nearly 1 million kids through our philanthropic grants, to onboarding 25 incredible athlete ambassadors, many of which you saw in that video, to starting a weekly segment on SportsCenter that talks about youth sports. And just about a week ago, we wrapped up our first annual Youth Sports Week across ESPN platforms. But we're just getting started. We know that there is so much more work to be done, which is why I'm really excited to announce today that we will be launching the second round of the Take Back Sports Innovation Challenge. ESPN will be making $10,000 grants to organizations that attend this summit who are thinking differently and innovatively around some of the challenges that we face in youth sports. So we hope you apply using the QR code that you'll see up here. It'll also be available in the post-event email. But you have 30 days to apply and get your applications in. I also want to give a big shout out to the recipients of the last year's Take Back Sports Innovation Challenge, including CHJS and Let Her Play, who are making amazing impact right here in Boston. So we hope you apply today and help us take back sports. Thank you.
Boys today are facing real challenges, but also real opportunity. This session looks at how we can turn crisis into a catalyst for change. Please welcome Zach Muyung.
All right. Can you guys hear me? Good. Thank you all for joining us today for turning crisis into opportunity for boys. My name is Zach Muyung. I'm a longtime friend and colleague to the Aspen Institute's Project Play. I'm also a youth sports coach and a high school basketball coach, though coaching girls these days, which has been really fun to compare to a lifetime as a boy playing sports and then coaching boys playing sports. To my right is Alana Williams, the Vice President at the American Institute for Boys and Men. Do I need this? No.
I say yes.
Better? All right. Vice President of the American Institute for Boys and Men, has had a career at the intersection of research and policy and has been partnering with us on this project and helped launch the American Institute for Boys and Men. To her right is Coach Charlie Ward, currently Division I men's basketball coach at FAMU, Florida A&M University. Before that was a high school football and basketball coach for over a decade, coached in the NBA, and before that as a player himself, played big time college football, won a Heisman Trophy as a quarterback while also playing.
Yeah.
While also playing Division I basketball at Florida State at the same time. I don't know how that's possible. And also had a stint, as I understand it, as a freshman as the punter. So, just to get started, Coach, were you the greatest athlete of all time?
I wouldn't say so, but I'm grateful to be in that conversation, though. I did a lot.
To be discussed. We'll talk about that later. But Alana, could you get us started just to talk about what you guys were noticing at AIBM, as we affectionately call you, about sports, about boys in sports that caught your attention, and why are you taking sports seriously?
Yeah, sure. So very quickly, a little bit about the American Institute for Boys and Men. We're a brand new think tank, research and policy institute founded about 2.5 years ago by Richard Reeves. We take a very non-zero-sum approach to our work, meaning that we can support boys in their well-being and support girls in their well-being, and those don't have to be in tension with each other. And so with regards to boys, we really focus on the disengagement in various pieces of society. So everything from education, boys are about 42% of those on college campuses now, to employment, to mental health. We see rising suicide rates for young men. We see disengagement from the labor force. And so when we started to look at some numbers around sports participation from various sources and saw it kind of leveling off, we were worried because we conventionally think of sports as a very protective piece for boys and men, where they've historically thrived, where they can be connected to their friends, to their communities, to role models, to supporting their engagement in school. So we went, is this another manifestation of some of this disengagement that we need to explore? And is it upstream of some of these other concerns that we see? So we thought this is something we really wanted to investigate, that stagnation in some surveys, decline in other surveys, and so partnered with Aspen to do that.
Awesome. And it's been a pleasure partnering with you all and getting to know your work and how you work and how you approach an issue which can be thought of as sort of divisive. Boys play sports more than girls, but really thinking about like what's that mentorship piece that boys have historically benefited from in sports and what might be getting lost along the way. So I want to get into the actual project that we worked on together and what we found. So we went and talked to boys and those who worked with boys. And here's what we think we heard. So boys are living in a performance pressure in a digital world where, we didn't grow up, well, some of us grew up. I'm 31, so I grew up sort of like when social media was starting to take off. But I didn't play under a circumstance where every movement I made was recorded, posted online for the ability to sort of be compared to my peers. Who here has heard of this concept of cringe culture? Raise your hand. I'm going to give that a third of people. So cringe culture is this phenomenon that started online of, I really consider it as a sort of self-policing, peer policing around what's cool and what's not. So it's cringe to try hard, to care too much, to try out for the team. That's bled over from online into the offline. And we heard that a lot from boys. Second one, coach readiness or maybe unreadiness for today's boys. I think a lot of us have thought of coaching as coaching boys. We haven't thought about anything to do with gender when we think of coaching, unless we're coaching girls. I can say that that's been my bias, now coaching girls. But we hear from boys, they desire more caring, nurturing relationships with their coaches, especially beyond what they can do on the field, on the court, on the track as an athlete, more of that sort of like historical mentor figure. At the same time, we hear from survey data with coaches don't feel prepared to talk about things like mental health or even where to steer them in terms of resources that are available to the athletes that they're working with. The same goes for things such as how to navigate the social media world we're living in. The third one, there's no place for later beginners, and I specified later because we're not suggesting that anyone's on time depending on when they started, but by the time you get to high school, if you haven't played seriously, mainly maybe year-round and specialized in a sport, they feel like it's too late. They can't join a team, as a sophomore or freshman in high school because they're not good enough. And they're receiving that signal loud and clear through the selection process, but also just from their peers and some of that performance pressure we were talking about earlier. And that's leading them to think, is it really worth it? Making an economic choice, always thinking about how am I going to spend my time, my resources, my energy, especially with the pressure of college admissions these days, trying to find some sort of financial success long term. So this sort of question of is it worth it was consistently on the boys' minds that we talked to, and that's not to mention the entertainment factors like social media, TikTok, playing video games. Maybe video games are the new playground. We might talk about that later. But Coach Ward, I want to get your take on what you think, just from having been a high school coach for a long time. And you guys, I should have said earlier, you guys can find our 2-page summary that goes into more detail in the app or through the QR code. But Coach, you've been coaching for a long time. You played for a lot of world famous coaches, right? You're coaching Division I men's basketball at this point, but you've coached at the high school level, the pro level. You've also started something called Champions Ranch, which I hope we can hear about. But yeah, how has this resonated with you and what you've seen?
Well, performance pressure, I think, is something that we all go through, especially when we have to make decisions. And it's very challenging, what I've seen from a high school coach and even from a college coach, is you get the pressure from a lot of times it's internal and also it's external pressures that you receive as well. And you're trying to navigate all of that as an individual who may not be as mature, and so you're listening to both sides. I've actually had coaches, I've had parents who are actually talking, I'm sure some of y'all had this, who are actually talking to their son while on the floor while you're trying to talk to them as well. And so you have this child in the middle who's confused. And so when we sit down and have conversations with the parents about the importance of one voice, and us all being on the same page, it kind of helps relieve some of that pressure on the student athlete to be the best that they can be. And preparation is definitely something that's very, very important for us to be able to make good decisions under pressure. The more good habits you have, those things are going to come out in the end.
And tell us a little bit, if you can, about what you're doing with Champions Ranch.
So the Champions Ranch is a collective collaborative impact model that my wife and I was just explaining it. Our family foundation, we've done a lot of great work over the years during my MBA days and even afterwards in the different communities that we've been in. And so our family foundation has been doing all that work, collaborating with other communities. And now we've built the Champions, we're in the process of building the Champions Ranch as a nonprofit. And so our family foundation has had this birth of a baby, which is the Champions Ranch, and it's to be able to support youth and families and cultivate lifelong champions is our goal throughout the entire process. We're looking to make it a one-stop shop model for sports, education, wellness, and that's essentially what it is, to where one of the things I know we had challenges with is we will have basketball practice over here in one spot, and then if we want to go do some training, we would have to go to another spot, and then if we want to go to tutoring, we had to go to another spot. And so what we're looking to do is bring all those things together onto one big campus. We've been blessed with 112 acres to be able to build upon. And so we're doing it as a nonprofit, and we're phasing it out as we go. But the greatest thing about it is we get to be able to make an impact on so many people, not just locally, but internationally, regionally, and national as well. And so I'm just grateful that my wife and I get an opportunity to make this a reality, something we've been doing for quite some time, and it's just a great blessing.
Awesome, and congratulations, and hope to visit you in Tallahassee soon.
Yes.
So let's quickly talk through the solutions we've been kicking around, and I'm really eager to get folks' feedback here from the audience. Hopefully we can get in touch. Maybe I'll see you at 5 o'clock. But here's what we've been thinking about. So number one, open alternatives for boys that are not on the team. I think we've had a default assumption of what especially high school sports means, and it means the kids that are on the team. These days, it doesn't seem to mean intramurals and less so physical education classes. The boys we spoke to didn't seem to have an understanding of what intramurals even were, which was a surprise to me. Number two sort of builds off that. Develop systems to help later developing boys. We know that as people are specializing and playing earlier and earlier, again, like we talked about earlier, by the time you get to high school, it's too late. And we think there's a lot of opportunity in the club space to say, historically, if you're 15, you can't play with 14-year-olds, but maybe we can sort of find ways to bend those rules and band more developmental stages together. The third one addresses surveillance and spotlight culture. We've heard a lot about sort of no phone policies in schools, but sports seems to have been left out of this conversation. A couple of ideas we're kicking around. What if we had no recording zones at certain ages? And then if you remember when we signed up for this conference, we were asked and we signed off to be recorded and for content to be produced with our name, image, and likeness. We don't ask kids that. If you step onto a field, you're liable to be filmed. Number 4, develop policies that prioritize student demand. So something I learned as part of this project was one of the 3 prongs of Title IX is actually to meet student demand. It's not just to have proportionate opportunities between boys and girls. So we have policies, but they're not implemented as much. So we're really interested in what can be done there to add boys volleyball to certain schools when there's demand, for instance. And the last one, strengthen coach readiness for boys. I think almost everyone in this room is interested in this topic and really looking forward to what you all are doing right now. Alana, what has excited you just in our conversations the most as far as solutions goes from AIBM's
Yeah,
perspective?
and honestly, Zach, when I think we started this project and looking at the stagnating rates of participation in sports, was maybe a little bit wondering, like, maybe some of these boys don't want to play, or they're joining theater, or they're doing Model UN, and maybe they just don't want to, but that's not what we heard at all. This is not a demand problem. There's excess demand. The problem's on the supply side, right? And so I'm really excited about thinking creatively about different opportunities to offer even more free play in communities, which boys tend to rate as something they really want to do. They want to be out to be able to go out and shoot hoops, and they want to just be physically active in a bunch of different forms that could take. So excited about that, as well as just the coaching pieces. I think coaches are such amazing role models for so many boys, but we heard for a lot of them, they're not, and they haven't been so far. And to really think about what those either training mechanisms or recruitment mechanisms, we're particularly at AIBM excited about teacher-coach models. As men have been declining in the classroom, can we encourage teachers and male teachers to get out there to get a really holistic sense of the boy in the classroom, on the field, in their community, to really hopefully help build some of that supportive infrastructure that boys need.
Awesome. And Coach, really coming to you for this last one, we've got about a minute. When you think about the next generation of coaches, coaching the next generation of boys, I'm curious, do you personally feel ready, and how are you helping your staff get ready?
Well, I've been blessed to be able to be under the tutelage of a coach. My dad was a coach, and so it made a little bit easier for me to kind of be who I am today. But one of the things, I've also understood is I've been under a lot of different types of coaches, and I've learned from each one of them something to do and something not to do, because that's very important at the end of the day. One of the things I also have learned is that every child that you coach or young man that you coach is different, and we have to find the style to be able to help support them be the best that they can be. And so there's a young man that I coached a couple years ago in high school. He was one of our managers. The year that we won the state championship, he didn't even ride the bus to go to the state championship game with us. He drove down, his parents drove him down, and he was like the analytics guy. I'm sure y'all have seen that guy. He's analytics 2.0, 1.0, 3.0. And so he was the manager the year that we won a state championship. And the next year he said, "Coach, I want to try out for the team." So every single day after the championship game, he came to class, put in the work and time, and I had a policy that I was only going to carry 12 players on the team. And so when he came and said, "Coach, I want to play on the team," I made a change in the policy. As a coach, sometimes you have to make changes in your policy to be able to help support young people. So I made a change, added an extra person, and he was the 13th man on the bench. And who do you think got a lot of applause when he came into the game? Yes, Michael Rubin is his name. And so Michael Rubin became the 13th man on our roster, and at the end of the year, he was one of our favorites. And so I ended up naming a award after Michael Rubin, not because he was the 13th man, but because of his attitude and the things that he did to help our team be successful. And so Michael Rubin graduated from Florida State University School. He went on to go to school at Florida State University. And now Michael Rubin is the guy that they look for to video instant replay, the replay coordinator. And so sometimes as coaches, we have to change policies, we have to do things to be able to help support others in things that they do. But everyone can't play on the court all the time. They may go on to do different things, but we have to be open to being able to change our policies or change to be able to help others.
Awesome. Coach, Alana, thank you so much. Really looking forward to continuing this research process with AIBM. And Coach, you don't know this, but you've officially become my mentor as a coach, so we're going to be in touch for a long time. So
well, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Zach.
Another play talk. One idea to get us to 63%. After school may be one of our biggest untapped opportunities in youth sports. Please welcome Carrie Pardo of the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation.
Good. Yeah, good. How's it going? Good? Yeah, great. Okay, good, good.
My friends, there we go. All right, so good afternoon. How are we doing? I know it's like afternoon time and it's dark. Are we okay? All right, so just hang with me here for a few minutes. I am here to talk about two things that I care so much about and am so passionate, which is after school and youth sports. I have the privilege of working at the Ralph C. Wilson Jr. Foundation, where I get to work on these two areas in our two regions of Southeast Michigan and Western New York. And a big shout out, I think unfortunately they're all sitting in the front maybe, but to our partners who are here from those two regions for the work that you guys do every day. So appreciate it, so thank you guys. The foundation has an honor. We're very honored to be serving and working with everyone at the 63 by 30 table and all of you as part of the work with these partners to increase the goal that we have been hearing about this morning, to move the needle from 58% to 63% by 2030. If we're going to do this, we need to not only retain the youth that are currently engaged in youth sports, but we need to look at how do we find other venues and ways to engage young people, and I can't think of a better opportunity than to look at the after-school and youth development field. Now, I want to provide some context, because you might be saying, why would we care about after-school and youth development? According to the America After 3 p.m. survey, which is the largest household survey that is done every 5 years by the After School Alliance, parents of nearly 30 million kids want after-school programs. However, only 22.6 million kids are actively engaged in programs. So there is a potential to address the lack of opportunities for all kids through collaboration with sports providers. And to no surprise, children in high-income families are approximately twice as likely to take part in organized sports than children in low-income families. So with that context in mind, let's talk about the problem. Maybe. There we go. The problem is that there is a lack of coordination between after-school and youth sports. While many youth sports programs take place after school hours and in the summer, the youth sports field does not see themselves as an after-school program or a youth development program. In the America After 3 p.m. survey, parents reported that sports and unstructured play, as well as socializing, were the top two activities their children did outside of an after-school program. So the demand is there, right? Kids want it and parents want it. So how do we do this? So here's the solution. And granted, I'm going to talk through it in some different phases here to understand, what does this really mean? What could this look like? So I'm going to tell you about a few solutions some opportunities, things that are coming, and also a real life example. You guys ready? You're still awake? Okay, all right. So for starters, again, most youth sports programs are youth development, which means that they could be benefiting from the systems the after-school field has worked to create for many, many years. That is including a statewide after-school network in each of the 50 states that focuses on policy, partnerships, quality, systems, partnership development, and trainings. This means that youth sports programs could take advantage of all the professional development opportunities and trainings around youth development that directly connect to coaches training as part of the 8 plays that we are all working to address, and of course, funding opportunities. For after-school programs, this is a perfect opportunity to leverage the expertise of all of you in this room and others. Many after-school programs provide time for kids to play and have fun, but don't always know the best way to do it. That's where you all come in. You can come and help the after-school programs learn how to actually integrate youth sports so that kids can try different sports and see what do they really like, what could they possibly do in the future, but also use it as a tool to integrate sports sampling. This way, we're actually getting kids exposed to youth sports and getting them engaged. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about what is happening in one of our regions in Southeast Michigan. And this is really around changing hearts and minds. We, again, are all youth development, and how do we work on changing this is through communications and storytelling. In addition, about a month ago, our Michigan After School Partnership, which is one of those statewide after-school networks, hosted an event with after-school programs who heavily focus on youth sports. And it lifted them up as an example of how this could work and educate key champions and policymakers. In addition, lifted up the work of the Project Play Southeast Michigan team as well. So again, how do we start to coordinate and work together? In the next 6 months, the Project Play Southeast Michigan team, the Michigan After School Partnership, along with the Fun Play Foundation, which is a part of the 63x30 table, and the After School Alliance, will be working together to host a summit in Southeast Michigan where we're bringing together after school and youth sports programs. This is going to focus on partnerships, collaboration, looking at policy and strategy. But first, we've got to get everyone in the room. In early 2027, those same partners are going to be hosting a Hill briefing in DC to talk about the importance of youth sports and after school. Now, a local example. Peace Players Detroit, which is also in the room, so shout out to them as well. Peace Players is an international program that works with young people ages 10 to 18 around basketball, trainings, using that as a hook, but really they're youth development programs. Currently engaging 275 young people in the city of Detroit and on the outskirts. When we started our conversations with Peace Players, they were funding or working in sites for about 2 days a week with programs and wanted to expand out to new sites. Instead of expanding out to new sites, we actually supported them to expand their duration, their intensity, the time with students. This then took that to actually working with those students at their same sites and moved it to 3 to 4 days a week. This then made them eligible to apply for some of state funding for after-school programming, and they received their first grant of $138,000 to support and expand their work. Yes, we can give it up for them. Well, the last 2 slides have been very focused on Southeast Michigan and how we're going to bring these fields together. I want to show you the national landscape. So here's the math. Okay, are we ready for this one? Every state receives 21st Century Community Learning Center dollars that supports after-school programs. In addition to that, 28 states plus Washington, D.C., have additional state dollars for after-school and summer funding to the tune of $5.7 billion. Okay, that is that in blue. Then, thanks to our friends at the Fun Play Foundation and all of their hard work, they have started to work and have this last year, 4 states plus DC have funding for youth sports, and both of these actually cross across lines again. And their funding is looking at $22.2 million and change. And again, both pots are growing. I think we're really going to continue to see this, especially in the fun play work. So now if this doesn't stop and make you pause and think about maybe collaboration is a good idea, I'm not sure what will, because to me, this is super powerful and an opportunity for us to work together so that more kids have access. So how can you help? I want to encourage you all to not sit on the sidelines anymore. We are all youth development programs. I encourage you when you go back to reach out to those in your community, the region, and the state to start partnering and collaborating and changing hearts and minds. We can do so much more together. In all the previous slides, I mentioned some national and state partners. In your app, you can find access to their resources where you can find some of these statewide after-school networks and research and different things to help you with this work and tell your story. Thank you for joining me in creating more opportunities for youth. And I know we're in Boston, but go Pistons and go Sabres.
Every kid needs a place to play, a coach who understands that.
These aren't just sports. They're a launching pad for our great futures.
This is for the win.
Can she do it?
He shoots. She lets it fly and... Did you see that?
We will always find a place to play.
But what we crave more than anything
is a chance to compete as part of a team. Let's team up online.
63 by 30 is underway. Now, what's next? Please welcome Marty Fox.
Thank you. I'm Marty Fox. I'm a program manager for the Sports and Society team. I work in advancement, which means I support initiatives like 63 by 30, and I also get to develop new partnerships. We heard this morning about the partnerships that are already emerging out of the 63 by 30 roundtable. And this afternoon, I'm thrilled to introduce two of the table's new members. Joining us for the first time, Boys and Girls Clubs of America. And a little later, the U.S. Soccer Federation is returning to the table through the Soccer Forward initiative. And we're especially excited because these are organizations that already do a great job levering the power of partnerships to lower barriers to youth sports participation. Community-based programs are the front door to access. In many cases, they're the only realistic point of entry into youth sports for families. But the cost continues to be a barrier for too many families. That door is closed for too many kids. So over the next 15 minutes, we're going to focus on a critical mission: removing those financial barriers so that participation is never determined by a family's income. In my job, I get to talk to a lot of cool people. If you're in the room, you know who you are. But I'm a little bit starstruck by who I'm joined with on stage today. We're joined by Jim Clark, who leads Boys and Girls Clubs of America, the largest facility-based youth development organization in the country, where he has been president and CEO since 2012. And we're also joined by Stuart Brown from Inspire Brands. Inspire is a restaurant company whose portfolio includes, I feel compelled to mention, Dunkin'. So Stuart wears many hats, but today you're here representing the Buffalo Wild Wings Foundation. BGCA and B-Dubs have been partners since 2013. As you saw, their All-Stars program has supported millions of kids through organized league programming. So Stuart, let's start with the Buffalo Wild Wings Foundation. Sure. Nobody in this room needs to be convinced why we should be getting more kids playing sports, but of all of the philanthropic avenues available to a major brand like B-Dubs, why did B-Dubs specifically choose to fund and support youth sports and step in as a partner to cover some of these costs?
Okay, awesome. Well, thanks for having Buffalo Wild Wings here, and Jim, thanks for letting us partner with you guys for so long. So let's start first of all with the emotive. I don't know if you guys caught the PSA that showed right before we came on, but in the middle of that PSA, there's a shot of this young lady who hits this winning shot in her mind. How many of you guys did that growing up? Anybody out there? A few hands? In this crowd, I think almost everyone would have. And it's a real poignant moment when the camera pulls out and she screams. Did you guys hear her say this? She goes, "Did you see that?" And it's heartbreaking because nobody saw it. right? And that was a real emotive moment for us to think that happens all the time. In fact, how many of you guys are parents? A bunch of you guys? How many of you guys have heard this from your kids? Mom, Dad, come watch me. Did you see me? Right? Okay, I'll give you one more metaphor and then we'll get on to the real answer here. Have any of you guys read the book Theo of Golden? A few hands. Okay, I hear the emotion. Yes. Right, the whole premise of that book is I see you. If you don't write anything else I say down, write down that book, read it, it will change your life. I cannot overpromise on that. But now let me tie it back to your question. Kids want to be seen, and they want to be seen by the adults that matter. And so as a restaurant brand, we think about this from an emotion and also a practical standpoint. The emotive is this. We have hundreds of franchisees all over the country. And these franchisees all live, as I said, all over the country, so you can imagine that they don't agree on a lot, right? We live in a culture where we can disagree on anything, but the one thing we can agree on is everybody wants a better future for their kids, right? So we know that's true. Now then, as a sports bar, the largest sports bar in America, it would make sense that we're going to be invested in sports, in kids. Where with kids? With sports, right? Because we want to make sure, one, that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we have great athletes to watch, right? No one wants to come and watch guys like us play on their TVs, right? That's not going to be compelling. But what we know is that when we give every kid a chance to play, then we get better athletes, we get better outcomes, and not just athletes. And I know Jim has all the data, he always does. But we have all the data that says it's not just about creating better athletes, it's about creating better humans, better adults who can better engage in their community. So to summarize all that, one, we can all rally around that emotionally. Two, practically it makes sense because so many of us are so fired up about sports, why not make that where we're giving back? And three, we have an incredible partner who's doing all the hard work, so we don't have to go do it ourselves. So we talk a lot about partnering, not pioneering. So let's let pioneers pioneer, and we will fund you so you go do what you do further faster.
And I'm glad you mentioned data. Jim, we're in a cost of living crisis. In many communities, for many families, club or rec programming is the only game available. Can you tell us a little bit about what the BGCA's data shows about the impacts of participating in a club on the kids' physical and mental health when we lower those financial barriers and get them on the field?
Well, absolutely, and the reason I like our partnership is they have great wings at B-Dubs. B-Dubs has been a fabulous partner for 13 years, and Stuart, thank you for taking time to come out here today, and Marty, thanks for having us. So when we think about the impact that sports has on young people, it's significant. It's physical and mental, as you mentioned, and take physical, for example. Kids that participate in sports do better when it comes to cardio fitness, strength, balance, coordination, far better than their peers do. So you get a gain right there alone. And then obviously the mental health crisis that this country has gone through, the world has gone through since the pandemic, it's only gotten worse. But what we do know is when young people participate in organized sports and athletics, they do better. They do better coping with the challenges that face them. They do better with self-esteem. They do better with life happiness, things that really matter. And we measure that, so we know that they're doing better than their peers are. You take that and then combine it with team, coordinated, structured team sports, and the results, again, are better than the kids that don't participate when it comes to anxiety, when it comes to identity, when it comes to attention, things that really matter in kids' lives. So it does make a difference. At Boys and Girls Clubs, we take what you're saying to heart. We look at affordability, we look at scale, and we look at accessibility. So Stuart did a good job talking about affordability. We have a great partner in Buffalo Wild Wings that has supported us for a long time, really supplying the things that young people want to have when they're having a sport or a athletic activity. Uniforms, equipment, training for the coaches and for the staff, technical support, and funding directly to our clubs to implement the various sports programs. So those things matter, and it keeps that barrier of cost and affordability out of the equation for young people. Scalability, there's not a lot of big boxes left. There's schools, there's us and several others, but schools, as you know, aren't doing the level of sports and team athletics that they used to. So they're relying on community partners to get this done. And for us, that means we have to find partners to help support and fund the activities, and we do. So we scale it across the country. And you've got to meet young people where they are, teens and kids, which leads right to this accessibility equation. And for us, the pathway is partnering. It is partnering with other community assets, schools, wherever it may be, community centers, and corporations and foundations to support it. And that's the path to get scalability, to get more young people engaged and involved, and we know what the results will be because of it.
So, and we've talked about the why, right? The challenge, the data. Tell me about the how, right? What does an All-Stars League look like in a club?
So when we look at what specifically happens through this partnership, young people benefit, as I said, from direct support when it comes to things like uniforms, equipment. But this all really boils down to also the staff, because the proper training and the proper education for coaches and staff makes a huge difference. It's not just teaching sports and athletics. This is also about, you heard it from Carrie a little while ago, youth development. And while we have young people's attention, they come so they can play a sport, but we can also take advantage of that time and that opportunity to help them go on to have a great future. And that's what Boys and Girls Clubs is all about, youth development, so they have a positive youth experience. So this is about athletics, it's about sports, but we also take the opportunity to introduce them to so many more experiences and opportunities at a Boys and Girls Club. So we're fortunate. Hundreds of thousands of young people get this experience thanks to our partnership with Buffalo Wild Wings. About 600,000 last year alone, over 3 million since we've been partnered together. And it's those types of experiences combined with other activities that really give kids this pathway or this journey to a great future.
And Marty, can I jump in on that? I want to add to that real quick. I think the other thing that really matters here is that it's a long-term partnership, right? A lot of times we want to think there's a switch, but most solutions are a dial. And this is a 13-year dial. It started with about 13,000 kids in 2013, and now it's 500, 600,000 per year. And so I think as all the funders out there, I think for us to recognize long-term partnership is the way that things actually change. And the other thing it does, I mean, yes, there's that scale, but at the individual level, at the child level, they don't have to wonder, is there going to be a league next year? They're going to have to wonder, is there going to be a coach next year? And what we all know, and we all went through, what we went through with COVID, is that uncertainty is toxic. And for us as adults, it was hard. For kids, it's absolutely toxic. So if we can give them the stability and the knowledge that they know, hey, in the fall, there's going to be football. In the spring, there's going to be soccer. And they can plan around it. It really helps their mental health and helps them to grow. So again, stability year after year is really crucial.
I would just add that same stability with the coaches and staff. They look forward to seeing the same individuals month in, month out, year in, year out. So that's another huge benefit.
I'm thrilled that Boys and Girls Clubs is joining 63 by 30. As partnerships are important, and you're actually already a partner with so many of the organizations around that round table. Tell me, for the Boys and Girls Clubs, why is now the right time to join this broader coalition? How do you plan to scale your work so that more kids can have these lifelong benefits?
Well, frankly, we all know this. The challenge with young people and what's going on right now is really a crisis in our country for sure. So young people can't wait. And there was challenges before the pandemic, but the pandemic, accelerated it. And the isolation, the depression, all the things that happened with mental health during the pandemic, we're still trying to recover from that. So the need is right now. This is immediate. It's right in front of us. And if we don't, young people are going to struggle, not just when it comes to mental health and when it comes to physical fitness. It's going to be academics as well, and we're already seeing that and facing that today. So scaling this is really important, and that's why we love the partnership with 6330, because this is going to give us an opportunity to continue scaling the program. Yes, great partners like Buffalo Wild Wings, but more as well. And we're bringing more funding partners to the table every year to help really scale and supply this as we go forward.
Awesome. I look forward to keeping this conversation going for many years to come. Unfortunately, we're out of time for right now, so let's thank Jim and Stuart.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Doug. And then if you should go off that way, appreciate it. Yes. Thank you. As we keep our eyes on that shared 63% goal, we know getting 63% is going to require action from every part of every sector in the youth sports ecosystem, from clubs, from community partnerships. But now we're going to talk about what it looks like in schools, and when national federations and major corporate partners can step up to help drive participation through the school settings. That next panel represents this new Soccer at Schools initiative with the U.S. Soccer Federation. So please join me in welcoming Sydney Nguyen Thomas, Lex Shalat, and Rob Holliday. So very quick introductions. Rob Holliday is from the Massachusetts Youth Soccer Association. Rob represents sort of the secret power of the state associations within the soccer ecosystem, taking some of these national initiatives and visions and actually executing them locally. Next, we're joined by Lex Shalat, the executive director leading the charge at Soccer Forward for the U.S. Soccer Federation, which is eventually all of the national legacy efforts from not only this summer's World Cup, but the Women's World Cup coming up right after. And also we're joined by Cindy Nguyen Thomas from Bank of America. Cindy leads the bank's partnerships and their community strategy in sports and entertainment, including brand partners like the Masters, the Boston Marathon, and of course with U.S. Soccer. So Cindy, let's start with the big picture. Bank of America has been deeply invested in communities. You were saying, I think, 97 U.S. markets and 35 global markets. Now, going back a few years to the start of some of these initiatives that are going on in sports with us, how did the data and insights from Project Play or others help inspire these activations and create this intersection of profit and purpose?
I love that question. I do like to emphasize, because it is so important, that we do work and live in nearly 100 communities in the U.S. and over 35 countries globally. That just means we have a huge opportunity and responsibility to really invest in communities and especially young people in a way where that's going to create long-term sustainable economic impact and growth. It's an investment in human capital, right? Like, coming from a bank, I think everybody can sort of understand and follow the trail of not only does this matter in the lives of individuals and families and communities, but there's a very big macroeconomic picture tied to all of this. And then sort of going to Project Play and the research that the Aspen Institute did 3 to 5 years ago, it was absolutely the inspiration for what we at the bank call Bank of America Sports with Us, which is just our way of essentially leaning into all of the partners that we have. We are connected to so many of the biggest leagues and teams and events, iconic in the world. And again, that creates responsibility and opportunity for us to help lead the way around creating things like access and affordability and community embedded places to play, so that kids who, if you sort of follow the data and what we observed in that first report, at the time the participation rates were declining, the costs of play were increasing, and you look at it and you know you're in trouble if you don't do something about it. So in that moment, as we saw that kind of data come out, it was a confirmation for, I think, so many of us that we better stand up and start to take some action, or else this is going to become worse. And so that was the inspiration for Sports with Us. And what's great for us is it's been such a scalable platform for every time we have a new partner come on board, whether that's a U.S. Soccer, whether that's a FIFA around the FIFA World Cup 26, whether that's endurance and what we do at the Boston Marathon, whether that's with the Masters. It doesn't sort of matter. We have huge platforms. And just as someone else just said on the stage, it's not about Bank of America creating our own programs or moments. We're not naive enough not to get that this is about systems. This is about convening. This is about using the partnerships we have, connecting within the systems to make a bigger difference, so that we're all at this together in a way that is truly going to make the right kind of impact, and also holding each other accountable to long-term impact that we can all sustain. We believe really big in all of that. We do have one sort of use case that we'd love to share, which is we did partner with, I hope he's out here, our friends at Youth on Course around something we called Golf With Us in our inaugural year at the Masters. And it was really to take aim at the access and affordability piece within golf. That opportunity for us to really go out to kids in a big moment like that, where they're inspired by some of the greatest golf that they'll ever sort of see, and offer them the opportunity to start playing, to unlock access to now over 2,500 courses across the US for $5 rounds. We expected and hoped that we would see something great come out of it, and what we saw in less than 2 months was over almost 100,000 kids, mostly new to golf, sign up. We're now at nearly 150,000 rounds played by those kids, and Adam and team are working with us and others to grow those places to play to the point where we're hoping we'll get to 4,000 any day now. So for us, that was a moment where it became really important for us to see that if we convene and really work with the right partners, we can help make a difference. And so next we go to the moment around soccer. We're partners obviously with Lex and team at Soccer Forward, US Soccer. We're also a big sponsor of FIFA World Cup 26. And we think to ourselves, it would be a shame for us not to lean into this moment to take an even bigger aim at what we can do next in the space of soccer. So Lex is going to talk more about what we're doing there together.
You don't even really need to be here, Marty. She's moderating it herself.
I mean, my question is, you know, the Banks partnership is with the Federation, and that could go in any one of a bunch of different directions. So why did you select in this partnership to go in the direction of soccer at schools?
So I think the key thing that Cindy mentioned was systems, right? So we saw the legacy of what 1994 Men's World Cup could do, the birth of Major League Soccer, growth of the sport threefold in terms of fans, participants, et cetera. And now we're here at our next kind of moment. And with Soccer Forward Foundation as the legacy initiative for US Soccer for this World Cup, and as you mentioned, LA 28 and Women's World Cup, so five years runway for an amazing opportunity for our sport here in this country, we're looking at it and we're saying, okay, we grew participation, women's soccer is in a place it never has been before. What's the next step? And for us, it was around how are we really and truly getting access and inclusion for those that are not part of our game right now? And that really comes down to the system, right? The pay-to-play system, the structures that are in place around clubs, travel ball. We were just talking backstage around how there's a gap if you just want to play rec between ages 12 and 18. There are opportunities, but are there enough opportunities? So taking a step back and saying, what's our legacy initiative for this incredible moment around affordability, access, and inclusion? Let's look at the system. And for us, as US Soccer, we also needed to look at what our superpower is. There are incredible organizations, community organizations we've been hearing from and about all day today, right, that we all know, where they're amazing and they know what they need in their community. We also have incredible members in every single state across the country doing great work through soccer. What can US Soccer bring to this table? Well, we can bring great partners, we can bring amplification, we can bring our players, our alumni, our role models, but we can also bring expertise that before this was really behind kind of closed doors. How can we bring coaching and make it more impactful? How can we equip community leaders with really quality play? And so where we got to with that was, let's meet the system where it's at. And we know that in school and after school is an incredible opportunity to reach and have that touch point with a young person for the first time with our sport. And we want them to be a fan, a participant, part of this ecosystem forever. So how can we do that? So Soccer at Schools was sort of developed in that sense. How are we supporting and leveraging our boots on the ground across the country with amazing youth soccer associations, such as Massachusetts Youth Soccer, as Rob will share, but also how are we kind of changing the game and big picture vision with a visionary partner? And Bank of America came to the table and they said, I think before the gentleman from Buffalo said the same thing around, this is a long-year partnership. We systemically want to see a change. So Soccer at Schools is really about that. We are equipping local leaders, we're equipping local schools, we're supporting them with only something that US Soccer and our partners can provide, but we're also meeting everyone where they're at on that journey with the hope that we can truly support and provide access to every Title I school in the country by 2032. And doing that with partners such as Rob.
So, Rob, they've teed you up again. You know, we've referred to the superpower of the state association. You know, what does a national partnership like a Soccer at Schools look like when you take it from these national conversations and planning and actually start implementing it at the local level?
Yeah, in the same way that Bank of America and US Soccer and the Soccer Forward Foundation are looking to connect, convene, and amplify, we're doing the same at the state level. We're very fortunate in Boston and Massachusetts that we have some of the best Soccer in Schools programming. We have wonderful Soccer for Good programs, many of whom are in the room. So our goal is to empower them to do what they do best at the implementation level. In Massachusetts, 1 in every 6 grade school-age children is registered with Mass Youth Soccer. That's a lot of kids, but we don't look at it as a success. We know there's many other children that are playing other sports, but that's 85% of children who don't have access to affordable, accessible, or acceptable soccer programs. So if we want to grow the game meaningfully, we have to take participation opportunities to the players in their own environment. And it might be different. Every single city in Massachusetts has a different structure of their schools, their PE programming, so we need to be flexible in how we meet the needs and challenges on a local level. And I will shout out some of our local soccer programs, Beyond Soccer in Lawrence, Soccer Unity Project, Boston Scores, UKSD, and Soccer Without Borders, who all run different types of models that we would look to amplify and empower as best as we possibly could. A couple of really good examples of where the intersection of US Soccer and grant money can support is in the success of the Boston Soccer League. Mayor Wu will be on stage tomorrow, and I would like to congratulate and thank Mayor Wu for her youth sports initiatives because they've really empowered soccer in the city of Boston. We have a soccer league that supports neighborhood-based play in Boston for the first time ever because of Mayor Wu and her team, particularly Anshi Marino-Jimenez and Tammy Endau from Mass Youth Soccer, providing that platform, the momentum, the opportunity for children to play and participate. And that was all made possible because of a grant from US Soccer's Innovate to Grow Foundation. So with regard to Soccer in Schools, our goal is to provide the resources, the structure, and fill in the gaps. There's a lot of children who participate in non-traditional schooling, whether that's homeschool. We're currently working with a program, again, another collaboration with the Home for Little Wanderers for children who are participating in a school in a non-traditional environment. And that's heavily focused on the social emotional learning component. So how do we show up? How do we find out where the gaps are? But also really let the experts, which are the groups that I've mentioned, do the important work with the implementation. It's the interaction. It's leaving kids with safe, fun environments and smiles on their faces at the end of every practice and game.
I see our clock is running out, so I'm going to combine the rest of my cards into one last question. One last question, which is, what's next? Right? How do you see Soccer at Schools, to tie it back to 63 by 30, how is this going to contribute to that 63 by 30 number?
So this summer, obviously taking advantage of this incredible moment and the fact that more people will be watching this summer than 10 Super Bowls combined, how are we really leveraging that opportunity and giving them opportunities for resources where they really need it? So we'll be launching and supporting our Soccer at Schools program in terms of grant funding, partnership opportunities, equipment support, resources, curriculum. There is a menu of support that will go live this summer, and we will be then rolling that out this fall with the hope that we can really contribute to this goal by 2030 around access and affordability through schools and after school.
Well, awesome. I look forward to working with you as well. Let's thank Rob, Lex, and Cindy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
Please welcome back Tom Ferry for our next conversation.
Oh, hey, all right. We've had a long day, hopefully a good day. People are enjoying yourself, right? This is a conversation with my good friend, Lori Tisch, who has a resume that runs...
Thank you. Let's end here.
Let them go. It was a resume that's too long, but I'll try and just mention a couple things here. First of all, she is the owner of the two-time champion Gotham FC. In fact, you want to show them the ring? That's right. You got the scarf and got the colors.
Got the scarf.
That's
on brand. Always on brand.
That's right. And part owner, family's part owner of the Giants. And has supported...
In Boston, we call them the New York Giants.
Not the New Jersey Giants. And she's just supported so many great efforts in the arts and philanthropy and in sports in New York City and northern New Jersey. And we're going to talk about a couple of those right now. Recently, you may have on your seats, or if you haven't gotten one, there's a stack right there in the front. This is the State of Soccer New York, New Jersey report that just came out a couple of weeks ago. It is our first sports-specific report where we've landscaped the study of play through the lens of one particular ecosystem. And we're very grateful for you for supporting that, Lori. And Lori's not just interested in developing insights, it's about action too. So even before the report was released, she committed $10 million to organizations in New York and northern New Jersey to support this activity. So please give.
Thank you.
The work is informed. We surveyed 700 kids, convened 100 plus regional leaders. We analyzed the field supply against demand, and we heard directly from families, coaches, and communities. And we bucket the report into two things: their findings and their recommendations. And so, Lori, I would love to get your thought on some of the findings and then the recommendations. Could we?
Sure. Well, thank you, Tom. Well, my first thought is, now I wear a lot of different hats. Now I'm wearing a funder's hat, and this report is brilliant and really better than I thought we were committing to. It's so congratulations to you and to your team and everybody who worked on this. It's beautiful, it's helpful, and it's a great roadmap for us to know where to go with our commitment to sports. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
You and your team, Rick and Karen, everybody have been terrific. Terrific partners.
So I've been around sports for a long time, although I'm so old that when I was young, I was a tennis player, and the advice that my grandmother gave me was, don't beat the boys, you'll never get a date. So I'm now the proud grandmother of 6, so I didn't always listen to that, but so things have come a long way for women's sports.
They have.
But what really struck me about this report is, and many people have mentioned it, about kids. You did such a great job of finding out what kids want. Of course, what their families want, the coaches want, but really what kids want, why they're playing. Of course, they're playing to win, but they're also playing for joy, for friendship, and so many great reasons. But as so many people have said, and as you have pointed out in the report, that even though the benefits are so clear, especially for mental health, they just don't have access. They don't always have access. So that's one area where we'll be spending a lot of our time and resources. And then another barrier, as you pointed out in the report, is transportation. Just, I have grandchildren that play on travel teams, and it's really expensive. It's the equipment's expensive, and it's expensive to get to the games. So that's where we're hoping that we can help with that as well. So really, as again we've heard so many times, it's so much of this is so simple. It comes down to access. Who gets to play, who doesn't? And at the Illumination Fund, our overall mission is based on access and opportunity. We did a lot of work in the arts. We're still doing a lot of work in the arts. And there's a real similarity of the same with the arts. The arts is not something where your zip code should be a determination of who gets access to the arts. And we believe the exact same thing is true with sports.
What about girls, Lori? We found in the report that girls are being left behind, that they make up only 38% of New York City high school players, and that's below the national average. They drop out earlier, and they feel less represented. I'd imagine that resonates with you.
Well, you know my girls. They're not dropping out of anything.
That's right.
But no, that's true, and that's a very sad statistic. And because of that, our first kind of philanthropic entree into soccer was something that we founded called Keeper in the Game, and we did that with Gotham. The program's just about 2 years old, and since that time we've reached 4,300 girls and hoping to reach 10,000 by 2028. And on top of that, when when Dove came in as a backup shirt sponsor, all the shirts that the players wear are sponsored by Dove. They actually came in and took over Keeper in the Game. They wanted that to be part of their legacy and why they were involved with Gotham. So we're still supporting Keeper in the Game with Dove as a partner.
That's good.
Yeah, it's great.
Always collaborative. Really appreciate that. You know? Let's talk about some of the recommendations that we made. If we could flip the slide. So let's talk about the path forward here. Three that we want to talk about here are reducing cost barriers and expanding access, investing in community-based affordable programs, and strengthening rec systems and local infrastructure. Number two, investing in infrastructure and local play spaces, building and activating fields, mini pitches, and shared spaces, and then prioritizing soccer deserts in underserved communities. And thirdly is keeping girls in the game. But what resonates with you there, Lori? And how are you investing against some of these opportunities?
Well, we're working with, I think it's now 4 different organizations. We're working with South Bronx United. We're working with City Parks, helping to build fields. We're working with Soccer USA. Oh my God, there's so many.
Soccer Forward, right?
Soccer Forward, yeah. City Parks Foundation. Playworks, exactly,
Playworks.
Thank you. Doing after school, yeah. And so we're working in lots of different areas, but really based on what your research is. So, for example, we're announcing, you heard it here, a new soccer field in Queens that we're building with Street Soccer USA. Street Soccer USA is, I think, yes. And it was based really on a lot of your research that in Queens, I think Queens had the highest demand of kids who wanted to play and just didn't have the access. And then we're, as I said, City Parks Foundation, South Bronx United, working with each organization to see what their needs are. Do they need help with transportation? Do they need coaching help? So the report is brand new, so come back to me next year. I hope you'll have me back, and I hope I have another ring. Come back to me next year, and I will tell you, hopefully, all the many ways that we've been able to address the needs that you've also documented in this wonderful report.
I appreciate it. I'd like to turn real quickly here to the arts and sports, right? Because you appreciate the value of arts for youth. How do the arts and sports work together in supporting young people?
Well, you know, as I said, our overall lens that we look through is that zip codes shouldn't determine your access, what your access is. But for us, we see the crossover is one of the things that we're doing with arts and mental health. We're supporting 30 different organizations that are using the arts to address, not just mental health, but aging-related diseases, stigma, mental health. Organizations that work with dementia and Alzheimer's, organizations such as Dance for PD that uses dance with Parkinson's disease, and 30 different organizations. And we see doing the same thing with sports, where we find out where the holes are and coming in and hoping to be able to address them.
Yeah.
But as I said, the biggest crossover in my mind, and you should talk about what you're doing actually with arts and sports.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe I'll be interviewing you next year, because you're
maybe.
doing great work.
We got a big project.
You're doing great work in the arts, but again, the biggest crossover is really access, opportunity, and zip codes should not be the determinant to what you have exposure to.
Right, in terms of whole child development, both sports and arts play a role.
Right, and really addressing mental health and staying in school and depression, anxiety.
Yeah, well,
being
terrific.
Seen, yeah.
Well, that's a good segue to the next panel. It is about, the context is Why We Play. Why We Play is a new project of our program in partnership with the LA County Museum of Art. Starts with a conversation series that we launched a few months ago. Will last through really this year, and we're going to be doing something at the Whitney. You're on the board of the Whitney as well. And it is really helping people understand that sport has not just reflected society, but has shaped society, really since the 1890s in ways that a lot of people in this room appreciate. But I think we're going to develop insights that will deepen that understanding and broaden, hopefully, with outside of this room, people's appreciation for how critical sports is. It's not something on the side. It's actually very central to nation building and American life. So I want to thank you for being part of that.
Yes, thank you. And Styx, I mentioned about you need measurement, you need metrics, you need ROI, and many years ago I ran something called the Center for Arts Education, which was the Annenberg initiative to put the arts back into the public schools. And we need to raise a lot of money, and we had great anecdotal stories. But going to funders, you needed the metrics, you needed to show the ROI, which is, again, great thing that you did in this report.
Well, we'll do our best. And a good ROI next year would be both a ring for Gotham and the Giants.
Got those too? Thanks to Boston.
Anyway, well, please thank Lori for all of her contributions. Who will be the curator on the museum exhibit from the Los Angeles County Museum of Art. Hi. Good to see you. Thank you. Hey, LJ.
Good to see you.
Hi, everyone. We're at the end of the first day, great day at Project Play, so thanks for being here. I'm Britt Salveson. I'm a curator at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art and working with Tom Ferry on an exhibition called Why We Play: Art, Sport, and the Shaping of Modern Society, which will open in LA in the spring of 2028 in preparation for the Olympics. And projects like this take a long time, and in the course of its development so far, I'd say 80% of the time when I bring up the topic, someone that I'm talking to says, "Oh, have you seen this great Instagram account, Art But Make It Sports?" And we are fortunate to have here today LJ Rader, who is the creator of that social media account and founder and one-man creator, and it's zero AI, it is all human-made. And LJ is a graduate of Vanderbilt University and has a long track record as a sports professional, having started his career at NBC Sports. He won an Emmy Award there and was on the product team at DraftKings and head of the broadcast product group at Sport Radar. very recently, he and a friend have started a new statistical data company looking specifically right now at women's volleyball, and they're hoping to expand that to other sports that don't get as much love and attention from big data companies. So that might be of interest to some of you to talk offline about. And I also want to note that tomorrow LJ will be signing and selling, I assume, copies of his recently published book about the Art But Make It Sports account. So let's dive in and talk about where, for you, art and sports intersect and what we can learn from that.
Cool. Well, thanks for the introduction. Hello, everybody. I guess if you've never heard of the account, feel free to look it up on Instagram and Twitter, and maybe it'll put some of what we're going to talk about into context. But great to be here, and yeah, really excited. So I think you were asking a little bit about the parallels between art and sports. I think there's a few. I think on the visual aspect, obviously, if I guess my work kind of pulls together the fact that art and sports have movement that oftentimes runs parallel, colors, and even emotions. I think part of what I try to capture with my posts and my work is any image could theoretically be used, but the ones I tend to feature are the ones that are highly emotional, I guess in this day and age are the ones that you consider to be viral, and being able to, I think the best art or art that we elevate tends to have the same sort of emotions. I think in terms of the artistry, both athletes and artists have a number of parallels. There's the idea of needing to be able to practice your craft. There's the idea that you're not going to get it right the first time, and you're going to need to improvise. Oftentimes, I think the best artwork ends up being an improvisation as opposed to something that somebody sets out knowing that they want to do. So I think all those themes play well.
Innovation is a part of that as well, I think, and use of technology, perhaps. So yeah, I agree. There are just so many parallels, and kind of I've been thinking about today during the sessions how both art and sports have they span times in our lives and aspects of our lives. It's grassroots to professionals. There are industries in art world, sports world, but there's also daily life that both those things are a part of. Why do you think it matters for young people?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm also kind of guilty of this, of growing up, you feel like you kind of have to pick a side. You sort of get pigeonholed into either you're an athlete or, you're an arts kid, and you don't really get a chance to cross. And I think I was at least lucky enough to sort of break that a little bit. My grandparents happened to be really into art and exposed that to me. They owned a parking garage in the village way back in the day, and none of their tenants were artists. None of them had any money, so they would barter with art. So growing up, whenever I'd go to my grandparents' house, I'd be exposed to artwork, and so I think I had a chance to at least see that crossover. But I do think we're sort of conditioned through media and TV shows, movies to have to pick a side, and I think it's kind of unhealthy and kind of on theme with some of the previous sessions of you become more powerful the more diverse you are, whether it's in the different sports that you play or the different sort of practices you take up. So
yeah, when do you think it kind of starts to happen that kids feel they have to choose one way or the other? And when's a good time to kind of bring them back together?
I feel like very early on, and I think it's not just picking like you're either an athlete or an arts kid. It's also like picking that sport. I remember feeling pressure of excelling at a certain sport and then being pushed to just do that single sport. And looking back, thank God I wasn't very good at any of them. So I was able to at least be mediocre across the board and be exposed to all different kinds of sports. But I also think it's healthy in the sense of some sports require you, like a golf, to be very, in tennis, individual sport and learn those skills versus, team sports where a completely different subset. But yeah, I think very early on you end up seeing those themes, and it's important to, I think, pull away from them.
Yeah, the same happens, I think, with drawing and, you know, the fun that a kid will have just drawing for pleasure. There's a point maybe where they get self-conscious about it. I'm not good at it, and then stop doing it, and it's a loss.
Yeah, I think you also look at certain artists and you look at their portfolio of work, and oftentimes their initial pieces look nothing like, you know, they're the ones that you remember them for, whether it's the same medium or just, you know, the style. It's a kind of growth process, just like it is in sort of developing your athletic skills.
Yeah, and you mentioned about your own experience. I mean, that feeling of being a beginner is good to have, you know. It's not easy, but it's a good skill set to have. I mean, you're starting a new company, so you're a beginner again.
Exactly.
So you kind of built that up probably partly through sports.
Yeah, you know, doing it with a friend and, you know, being able to, you know, leverage some of the lessons that I learned playing sports growing up of, you know, teamwork and, you know, you gotta do your role, and, you know, he's running the technology side and I'm doing more of the strategy side and product side. So, but also then, you know, being able to pick up a little bit of what each other do. So, it's a fun new adventure.
Yeah. Well, you are a father of a young son. How do you hope to sort of guide him into these down these dual paths?
Yeah, so the other day he took his cottage cheese and put it on his tray and was moving it with his hand, and I was like, all right, he's an artist already. I think people, I don't know, for better or for worse, go to museums and say, oh, I think I could do that. You know, a kid could do that.
Yeah.
And there's certainly certain types of art that run into that vertical. But yeah, I think just being able to encourage him from the very beginning that he doesn't have to make a choice in terms of what his interests are, and whether it be, you know, certain sports that he wants to play, or you know, he's really into music, which my wife and I, neither of us are, you know, particularly listen to music, but we have a record player and my parents' old vinyl collection, and it sits in a console in our apartment, and it's ground level. So ever since he started crawling, he'll just crawl over, pull out the vinyl, and make us play a new record. So if that's the kind of path he wants to go down, I think just being there to encourage him.
I think you've got a drum kit in your future.
I don't think our like 95-year-old neighbor would appreciate that, but maybe at this point she can't really hear. So.
Well, then he can also be hitting tennis balls against the wall, maybe. We have a couple of examples that are scrolling, so might be kind of fun to hear a little bit about the process.
Yeah, so I was sent a few Boston sports images begrudgingly as a New Yorker and New York sports fan. Go Gotham and Giants. But yeah, I think the one that you can see on the screen, Bruins player, oftentimes people screaming comes up a bunch in the sports world. And
do you start with the sports image?
So the account is called Art But Make It Sports, which would make it, you know, like I start with the sports image, but for me it's starting with the art in the sense of, like, I've banked so many pictures that I've taken and sort of memorized, and then just knowing themes in art history and artist style. So this artist, Julio Gonzalez, because people screaming, you know, comes up so often, everyone's always tagging the scream, and it just isn't quite the same. I think I saw Julio Gonzalez's work first at the Whitney, so shout out to the Whitney again, in a sculpture form, but he does a lot of drawing as well. So yeah, comparing, obviously this one, you know, it's not a ton of different layers that go beneath the surface level, but
it's an
it was a fun one.
incredible pairing.
Yeah.
So spot on.
Yeah, so this one's more just like knowing the artist's style.
But it gets at what you said earlier about emotion and expression being such a big part of both realms. I mean, that's a challenge for an artist to depict, and then, you know, to relate that to something that's happening organically in sports.
Absolutely. All right, I think I have the clicker. This one's not great in the sense of, I don't think, I try to keep like an editorial bar in terms of what I post, but I think it's just a good example of sort of the teaching aspect. So one of the reasons, like, I've had the account now for going on like 5+ years, and it's fun, right? It's fun for me to kind of test myself and I hear every day, oh, you must be using AI, and to me that's just crazy in the sense of the only reason really why I do it still is to, stay sharp and just, it's kind of like a dopamine hit whenever I can come up with something. But I also hear from a lot of educators and teachers that, they use the account as a way to introduce their students to art and art history. And so I, was sent some of the Boston images, and I thought this was just a fun one in terms of just image composition and just what it immediately evoked from a visual standpoint, taking a, for me growing up, I was probably taught about this piece of art in just a stale, dusty textbook, and, being able to parallel it to something that, might resonate more with a kid. As you mentioned at the start, I wrote a book, and I wasn't really thinking about it ahead of time, but I've had friends and people send photos of their kids reading the book, and, they're actually, engaged with this, and it's a really great, entry point into the art world for kids that maybe were given a textbook to start.
Yeah, and I think ultimately it can work the other way too, to have just increased visual literacy, to read photojournalism, photography, the sports media, which has been your career. That it's a complex, rich realm, and to have kind of just a different ways of analyzing it visually.
Yeah, and
enriching.
It gets to that improv point from before of just approaching something from a different angle. I think there was maybe one more I had up there. Yeah, so the Three Graces, Canova, and being able to, you just watch something, and at least for me, it's just kind of fun to pick out, this is an individual piece, but also just a theme that comes up in art history over and over again. And then seeing that same theme of teammates celebrating and sort of this friendship and love that you oftentimes see that comes up in sports. It's always a fun parallel.
Yeah, it works both ways. You're bringing that historic artwork into a present day context, but you're also relating that captured moment on the field to this much bigger history of image making.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think it is a really rewarding kind of exercise. And now that you're, selling out museums, talking about the book, are you getting some interesting questions or new perspective on what you kind of just do on your own?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, because I don't have an art background, which I think is also, something that is exciting, right? If you're your kid, you don't need to be formally taught these things. You can learn them on your own, and take unique avenues into certain pathways, and whether it be in the sports side or the art world. But yeah, get asked a lot of different questions. I think the one that's come up the most is, are there images that you've photographed at museums that you haven't used? And so I have this whole folder of ones that I'm just kind of waiting for the right sports moment to happen. And it's being able to pick those ones out are the ones that have that similar emotion that you kind of see. I'm a Knicks fan, so was I got one one woo in the entire audience, but there we go. Super excited about last night's game, but it was such a blowout that there was nothing to even pull from. So, but yeah, always watching and waiting.
Great, and you evolve in your day job, and what's the horizon? Are you planning to continue?
I think the most exciting thing for me is that I haven't really made this my full-time thing. It's just a fun hobby, and people have reached out to me, and those are the kinds of engagements that I really enjoy doing. So keeping it as just whatever happens is probably the path forward. And then spending a lot of time building a company from scratch on the sports data side. So.
Well, it's good to have something that's play on the side, right? That's part
balance.
Of the whole idea of this meeting. So thank you.
Yeah,
this has been great.
Appreciate it.
And I think that brings us to the end of today's proceedings.
Yeah, I think it's bureau clock. So
yeah.
Okay. Check. Make some noise. What you mean you don't listen to music, man? Who don't listen to music? LA and New York fans. Yeah, right. No, I'm just playing. My good friend Lori gonna get mad at me. Shout outs to my homegirl Lori right here. She was like, go ahead and wear your New York jersey next time. And I was like, that's a conflict of interest. The Rams is. And so Lori goes, check this out. Life is about conflicts. Just do it. Everybody, if you enjoyed yourself, make some noise. Today was an amazing day. Thank you, everybody who came today. Don't forget, tomorrow, 8 a.m. sharp. Nobody late. Don't get drunk at Fenway. Or get drunk at Fenway. We in Boston. The shuttles are ready. They're going to be heading out. They're at the valet. So make sure you get on the shuttle. Do not drive, especially if you're going to drink. And tomorrow's going to be just as exciting as well, my panel was today, so I don't know if it was going to be as exciting. No, I'm just playing. Shameless plug again. I just want to thank everybody from the Project Play team, Aspen Institute, all of the production team, everybody that was a part of today. We'll be back tomorrow. We're going to have some more fun, great sessions. Shout outs to all the panelists. Everybody, one more time. Make some noise.
Thank you everyone for joining us today. A quick reminder, please wear your name badges if you intend to join us at Fenway Park this evening. Please wear your name badges. Thank you so much.